September 30th, 2021.
Leader of the House.
Very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The ministerial response to the 5th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination of the realignment of ministries and departments. These responses are from the Ministries of Sport and Community Development and Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1. The audited financial statements of the Deposit Insurance Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2021. 5. The draft estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023. 6. The draft details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2023. 7. The draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year 2023. 8. The draft estimates of development program for the financial year 2023. 9. The draft estimates of revenue for the financial year 2023. 10. The social sector investment program 2023. 11. The public sector investment program Trinidad 2023. 12. The public sector investment program Tobago 2023. 13. The 3-year public sector investment program 2023 to 2025. 14. The state enterprises investment program 2023. 15. The review of the economy 2022. I beg to move that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that paper number 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Reports from committees. Prime Minister's questions. Urgent questions. Questions on notice. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. On the supplemental order paper, the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2023 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege for me to present to this Honourable House and to the citizens of our country the national budget for fiscal 2023, the 8th budget of this P&M administration. Let me state at the outset, Madam Speaker, that it is my intention to focus in this budget statement on matters of a fiscal nature and selected areas of government activity, in particular the productive sector. In areas where I do not go into detail, my ministerial colleagues will elaborate in their contributions. No reasonable person, Madam Speaker, would dispute the fact that the last 7 years have been particularly challenging for us financially as a country. This government has been confronted by many difficult financial shocks since 2015. In our first year, we were faced with the adverse macroeconomic impact of an extraordinary collapse in oil and gas prices, which began in 2014 and accelerated in 2016. To illustrate what we were faced with, in January 2016, the daily spot price of West Texas Intermediate, or WTI, crude oil reached its lowest point in 13 years of $26 per barrel, after averaging over $95 per barrel during the period 2011 to 2014. In that year, because of that oil price collapse, we lost $12 billion in energy sector revenue, or 21% of the annual revenue earned in the previous year. By the following year, because of depressed oil and gas prices and the effect of tax concessions given to oil companies in the 2010 to 2015 period, we had lost $21 billion in annual revenue, or 37% of the revenue in 2015. By then, annual revenue had shrunk from $57.3 billion in 2015 to $36.2 billion in 2017. Expenditure, on the other hand, had grown from $46.7 billion in 2010 to $61.9 billion in 2014, or by 34%. Expenditure in 2015 was similar at $60 billion. So, we were faced with a previous national expenditure pattern of $60 billion a year, with revenue of $36 billion, a difference of $24 billion. We were given a lot of advice, Madam Speaker, by local professionals when we first came in, much of which was unrealistic, such as the recommendation that we immediately devalue the TT dollar by 33%, making our currency 10-to-1 to the US dollar. We were told if we did not do this, our foreign reserves still have US $6.8 billion in reserves, or over 8 months of import cover. For us, we still have US $6.8 billion in reserves, or over 8 months of import cover. For us in the P&M government, Madam Speaker, all a devaluation would have done is to make windfall profits for those who hoard US dollars overseas, create industrial strife with demands for huge wage increases to match the extent of the devaluation, and create hardship for ordinary citizens. It would not have magically created a new source of additional foreign exchange, as some would have us believe. Another impractical recommendation was that we should cut expenditure to match revenue, that is, to $36 billion. And we were told that if we did not do this, we would have to go cap in hand to the IMF as the lender of last resort. We did not follow that advice either. And unlike some of our Caribbean neighbors, we are not and will not be under this government in an IMF program.
Indeed, if we had followed those two recommendations, the cost of living would have risen astronomically, and we would have had to retrench thousands of public servants and remove subsidies from all public goods and services, thus putting severe pressure on our citizens and destabilizing our economy. It is important for me to remind people that these were the alternatives to what we have done. So when you judge us, just remember what we chose to do compared to the other options that were available. In fiscal 2016, therefore, we prepared our own path. Instead of the 40% cut in expenditure we were told to make, we reduced expenditure by as much as was feasible, by 7 billion or 13.4%, and then carefully managed the allocation of resources. To protect our population and economy, we adopted a firm policy to keep public servants in jobs and to maintain the stability of our currency. Subsequently, in March 2020, just as our economy was recovering from the external oil price shock, we were confronted by the global health and economic crises arising from the COVID-19 virus. In 2020, the price of oil had plummeted from US $64 a barrel in January of 2020 to US $18 per barrel at the beginning of April 2020. And then, on April the 20th, 2020, as governments around the world closed businesses and suspended air travel due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the price of the main US oil benchmark, WTI, fell from US $18 a barrel past zero to end the day at minus 37, the first time oil prices had ever turned negative. Oil prices remained in the doldrums for months after that, requiring our national oil production company, Heritage Petroleum, to store the oil it produced until oil prices recovered. Otherwise, Heritage would have lost money on every barrel it sold. Those were challenging times. However, we persevered, and despite these serious financial and economic challenges, we have ensured for the last 7 years, even in the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, that over 90,000 persons in the public service have kept their jobs and have been paid their salaries on time every month, and over 50,000 more workers in the wider state sector have been kept whole. Madam Speaker, I wish to express my deep appreciation to all those who have invested their time and effort to share their ideas and views on the macroeconomic and social agenda required over the past 7 years, including for this 2023 budget. I have valued those representations, many of which have informed our budget policies over the years. Our 2023 budget is designed to build on our resilience and facilitate a broad-based revival of the economy. It will encompass all sectors and all segments of the economy. It will strengthen business continuity and growth and drive our digitization program while assisting the poor and vulnerable. We have been steadfast and resolute in adhering to the principles set out in our public policy agenda. My fiscal 2023 budget theme, therefore, is tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. At this time, I wish to acknowledge the outstanding performance of the staff at the Ministry of Finance. They have always risen to the challenges, including those posed by many external shocks to our economy. They have worked beyond the call of duty as they formulated the public policy responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. On many occasions over the last 7 years, we did not know where to find the money to pay salaries at the end of the month. But unlike other countries in the Caribbean, we have managed to do this every single month for the last 84 months without having to retrench public servants. To be able to do this, the government had to engage in significant borrowings of more than $30 billion. Even now, there are experts who advise that the nation's biggest problem is our public debt and debt profile. Some of them even speak gloomily of us entering the debt trap, meaning that we need to be mindful all along of our ability or inability to repay debt. As a competent and responsible government, we do not dismiss or disregard these warnings, but we use borrowings judiciously as a tool to preserve the gains that we have made and the jobs that we have, while at the same time supporting a development program. This budget 2023 has been prepared in the context of the continuing presence of COVID-19 and its many variants, within which lives and livelihoods are being rebalanced in an uncertain global economy. 2.5 years have now elapsed since COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. All countries, advanced, emerging, and developing, were forced to face two adverse challenges simultaneously: saving lives and protecting livelihoods. Madam Speaker, as of last week, the total number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 worldwide was more than 600 million, with global deaths in excess of 6.5 million. In Trinidad and Tobago, as of last week, the total number of confirmed cases had just crossed 182,000, of which over 173,000 had recovered, with 4,195 deaths and approximately 4,300 active cases. That is almost 200,000 people who have had a confirmed experience of the infection, with several thousand families facing the ultimate loss through death. Over the last 3 months, we have recognized an upward trend in the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases, but we have not seen any significant increase in the vaccine uptake, which remains at 51% of the population. This notwithstanding, over 716,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago have been fully vaccinated. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones to the virus. I wish also to acknowledge the sacrifices of health sector workers whose call to public duty ensured that proper and adequate care was always given to all those who fell under their charge and responsibility, although they worked in direct contact with the virus. Accordingly, it is a fitting tribute to their exemplary and heroic performance that I have acted on the instructions of the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, to allocate the sum of $210 million in the estimates of expenditure for fiscal 2023 as a special payment to be distributed to health workers in Trinidad and Tobago. This will involve ex gratia payments to over 20,000 health workers. Madam Speaker, while highly transmissible, the latest subvariant of the virus is not leading to a drastic spike in hospitalizations and deaths. The good news, based on the science, is that the virus is evolving and losing its virulence, as predicted. Our citizens are now adjusting and learning to live with COVID-19, similar to other countries. Most COVID-19 restrictions and protocols have now been lifted, with a few remaining restrictions within the health sector, among others. As we adapt to the new environment, I wish to renew our call to citizens to continue to take the necessary precautions. Those vaccinated should access the boosters as required, and those unvaccinated, including those who have had infections, should also take immediate steps to become vaccinated. Increasing the fully vaccinated ratio above the current 51% is a collective responsibility and will greatly assist in securing a lasting recovery from COVID-19. On our part, the government will continue to make vaccines available at health centers throughout the country to all those who wish to get them. Madam Speaker, we recognized very early that the pandemic would seriously disrupt economic activity, with sharp declines in growth and the possible emergence of a financial crisis. We needed to act decisively. If we had not done so, the disruption in credit flows from the financial system would have left households and businesses in dire straits with associated production and labor losses. A package of fiscal stimulus programs supported by monetary accommodation was therefore quickly implemented, which enable us to protect the most vulnerable and to keep the economy running. This targeted support and the stabilization of the financial system served to mitigate the social impact of the crisis and laid the foundation for economic recovery. The 2022 budget statement gave details of our fiscal stimulus package, including social grants and business support measures. That statement also itemized the series of measures adopted by the central bank aimed at providing stability to the financial system and supporting the flow of credit to the economy, which achieved the desired result. There is thus no need for me to repeat those details in this statement. The COVID-19 relief and support measures we implemented from 2020 to 2022, combined with the phased and eventual resumption of business activity and the global economic recovery, paved the way for recovery in all economic sectors. Indeed, the economy, which had contracted sharply by 7.4% in 2020 because of COVID-19, stabilized in 2021 with a marginal contraction of 1%. In the first quarter of 2022, after the usual post-Christmas decline in consumption, and without a boost from full-scale carnival activities, there was nominal contraction in real terms of 0.1%. But the preliminary second quarter data is very encouraging, and our economy is projected to recover with real GDP growth of 2% for the full year. And within this growth, real progress is being observed in several non-energy areas of the economy, such as trade and repairs, food and beverages, information and communication, financial services, and real estate, among others. Specifically, we are seeing growth of 18% in food and beverages, 15% in transportation and storage, 9% in trade and repairs, and overall increases in accommodation and food services and the wider services sector. In addition, it is noteworthy that our nominal GDP has grown by 34% since 2020, from 142 billion in 2020 to an estimated 190 billion in 2022, which will have a very positive effect on our debt to GDP ratio and our per capita GDP. Our per capita GDP has increased from US 15,000 in September 2020 to US 19,500 in September 2022, and is now among the highest in the region. It is expected to reach US 20,000 by the end of 2022. And it should be noted that our per capita GDP is higher now than it was in 2015, 7 years ago. Our nominal GDP is the highest it has been since we became an independent country in 1962, 60 years ago. The adjusted general government debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 81% in 2020 to a projected 70% in 2022, now among the lowest in the region. I turn now to the global economy. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the positive developments in the local economy, the recovery of the global economy in 2021 has been followed by negative developments in 2022, with the global economic outlook becoming increasingly uncertain. As stated by the Conference Board, a leading global business association, Headwinds to global growth are expected to increase in the coming quarters. Global leading indicators point to weakening momentum, and global purchasing manager indices are sliding and nearing contractionary territory. Indeed, some analysts now expect mild recessions to occur in the US and Europe later in 2022 and into early 2023. A US recession may be induced by aggressive monetary policy tightening in response to elevated inflation, and a recession in Europe will reflect surging energy prices and rationing. China may escape recession, but is expected to experience weaker than usual growth in 2022 due to repeated lockdowns, a housing correction, and weakening external growth, and is expected to see only a modest recovery in 2023. The International Monetary Fund forecast for global growth is now 3.2% in 2022 and 2.9% in 2023, significantly less than the 6.1% in 2021. The consensus is that substantial risks to the global outlook remain. The war in Ukraine will continue to create instability in commodity markets, and inflation could prove much more difficult to reduce than originally thought. Tighter global financial conditions could induce debt distress in emerging markets and developing economies, and geopolitical tensions and fragmentation could impede global trade and cooperation. Consequently, Madam Speaker, we in Trinidad and Tobago need to continue to be careful. Since a global recession will lead to lower oil and gas prices, which means reduced revenue for Trinidad and Tobago, and will cause instability in financial markets, resulting in losses in equity holdings, just the mere talk of a possible recession or a strong US dollar can cause oil prices to tumble, as we have seen within the last few days. In the same way that talk of war, economic growth, or supply disruptions cause immediate spikes in oil prices. Turning now to the domestic economy. As an oil and gas-based economy, our fortunes have been impacted by the external shocks which have hit the world economy in recent years. While there can be no dispute that we must diversify, and we are doing so, as evidenced by the fact that the non-oil sector now contributes over 50% of our GDP, it is a fallacy for people to insist that we should not focus on enhancing and strengthening our oil, gas, and petrochemical sectors. Those who say that we should abandon oil and gas are not living in the real world, since this has been the mainstay of our economy for the last 50 years and will be a cornerstone of our economy for years to come. Our economic development plans must take care of both the oil and non-oil sectors, therefore. And to maintain our revenue and growth, we must make every effort to boost oil and gas production in the short to medium term. To summarize our recent situation, firstly, in 2020, the oil industry was hammered, forcing oil prices to go negative for the first time on record. The value of our oil exports fell considerably. But by July 2020, oil prices began to rebound as countries emerged from lockdowns associated with the tight COVID-19 restrictions. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, had also agreed to major cuts in oil production. By the end of 2020, optimism relating to the planned rollout of multiple COVID-19 vaccines supported the oil market, and oil prices recovered to US $50 per barrel. This low price, however, was insufficient to support our $50 billion annual expenditure at the time without significant deficit financing. The second external shock, the invasion by Russia of Ukraine in February 2022, heightened the supply constraints already affecting the global economy because of COVID-19. Commodity prices escalated, but this time, this external shock was in our favor. Buoyant oil prices have since persisted throughout 2022. They have on average stood at US $100 per barrel, only recently dropping to the US $90 level. Petrochemical prices have also escalated in our favor, with the price of ammonia increasing by 300% in 1 year, and the price of urea increasing by 100%. The price of methanol has also increased significantly over the last 2 years. Henry Hub natural gas prices, which had crashed and reached as low as US $1.63 per MMBTU in June 2020, at the start of the pandemic, began an upward trend in 2021 and have remained at elevated levels following the Ukraine war, exceeding US $9 per MMBTU in early September 2022 and still close to US $7 per MMBTU today. Madam Speaker, these elevated prices are coinciding with our efforts to increase oil and gas production through several major oil and gas projects. I am advised by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries that natural gas production has stabilized and the decline in production which began in 2020 has been reversed. I am further advised that gas production has increased significantly since May 2022 and is now close to 2.9 million standard cubic feet per day. I am advised that we will end the year with an average production of 2.75 million standard cubic feet of gas per day, and barring unforeseen circumstances, this is expected to increase to just under 3 million standard cubic feet of gas per day in 2023. Allow me to share with you some details of upstream projects, primarily gas projects, which came on stream in 2021 and brightened our production prospects. In June 2021, BPTT announced the installation of the topsides of its Cassia C project, enabling the production of low-pressure gas and maximizing recovery from existing resources. In July 2021, Shell announced the start of production in the Barracuda field with 140 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. In August 2021, the National Gas Company signed a consolidated gas contract with Methanol Holdings Trinidad Limited, guaranteeing important domestic gas supply. In August 2021, NGC and Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development, ETEC, signed an engineering, procurement and construction contract for the supply of natural gas pipeline infrastructure. In September 2021, BPTT confirmed that its Matapal project achieved first gas ahead of schedule and under budget. In November 2021, Touchstone Exploration announced a new light oil discovery in its Royston 1 exploration well. In November 2021, Shell and the government signed a 25-year production sharing contract to develop and produce natural gas from the Manatee field, with expected production to begin in 2025 with 350 million standard cubic feet per day and a peak of 700 million standard cubic feet per day. And in December 2021, Touchstone Exploration announced significant oil discoveries at its onshore Royston 1 exploration well. For 2022 and beyond, the story is also quite promising. Shell achieved the first output from its Colibri project in early 2022, the Casra field, Block 22, at the end of March, and the Orchid field, NCMA4, in April. Peak production rates are approximately 250 million standard cubic feet per day. De Novo, with an investment of US 46 million, commenced production in its Zanduli field in July 2022. Touchstone, with an investment of US 85 million, anticipates first output from the Coho and Cascadura fields in the Ottawa block before the end of 2022. Development of the Royston field is now expected online by 2023. In addition, the company has further plans to drill 3 exploration wells in the Ottawa block. BPTT expects to achieve maximum output rates from its Matapal project by 2023, after production came online ahead of schedule in September 2021. The company's Cassia compression facility, which is anticipated to increase the volume of recoverable natural gas reserves from the Cannonball, Immortel, Mango, Serret, and Angeline fields, is expected online in the latter part of 2022. BPTT also has several projects scheduled to come on stream over the 2023 to 2024 period, including its extended feed development and infill drilling programs and its development projects. In addition, Madam Speaker, very importantly, BPTT has just publicly confirmed that it will be proceeding with the development of its Cipra offshore gas project, which will be BPTT's 3rd subsea development. It will include 7 wells and subsea trees tied back into BP's Juniper platform. Drilling is expected to commence in 2023, with gas coming on stream in 2025. It is expected to deliver 250 to 300 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. This decision, which followed the recent meetings of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, BP CEO Bernard Looney, and incoming President for BPTT, David Campbell, in London, where they discussed accelerating the sanction for this project, is a very positive development with far-reaching consequences for Trinidad and Tobago. BPTT also signed a new gas supply contract last week with the National Gas Company, securing future gas supply for NGC for our important petrochemical sector. EOG anticipates first output from its Osprey West project at the end of 2022 and Phase 1 of Osprey East in 2023. Production from Phase 2 of Osprey East projects in its Southeast Coast Consortium block and the Mento block, a joint venture with BPTT, is projected to come on stream over the medium term. The company also plans to drill a total of 6 wells, 3 exploratory and 3 development wells, for the Osprey East and West projects within the next year. To execute works for the Osprey East Development Project, EOG plans to invest approximately US $234 million between 2022 and 2023. Moreover, an investment of around US $555 million is expected to be made for the Mento Field Development Project during 2023 to 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has also instituted a series of competitive bidding rounds over the 2021 to 2022 period. The 2021 Deepwater Competitive Bid Round was launched on December 3rd, 2021. At the close of the bid round on June 2nd, 2022, 4 bids were received for blocks 23B, 25A, 25B, and 27 from a consortium comprising BP Exploration Operating Company and BG International Limited, which is a subsidiary of Shell. The 2022 onshore and nearshore competitive bid round followed the deepwater bid round. The round with 11 onshore and nearshore blocks was launched in July 2022 and will close in January 2023. The 2022 shallow water competitive bid round will be launched before the end of 2022. At least 20 open shallow water blocks are being considered for inclusion in this bid round. The government is also advancing its policy goal for including renewable energy in the electricity supply mix. The development of a 112 megawatt solar photovoltaic project at a cost of US $124 million is at an advanced stage of negotiation with a consortium of Lightsource Renewable Global Development Limited, Shell Trinidad and Tobago Limited, and BP Alternative Energy Trinidad and Tobago Limited. I'm advised that construction of this solar energy plant is expected to begin in early 2023. We are also pursuing a broad mix of projects in our energy transition strategy. A feed-in tariff policy is being developed to facilitate residential and commercial renewable energy generation and contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. A renewable energy policy is being developed for Trinidad and Tobago, bearing in mind our carbon emissions commitment and the target of 30% renewable energy by 2030. A low-carbon hydrogen industry is being developed, with green or blue hydrogen being a carbon-neutral alternative, which can be used as feedstock for petrochemical production. Phase 1 of this project involves National Energy establishing a pilot facility. National Energy partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank and KBR in 2021 to 2022 to complete a feasibility study on the establishment of a green hydrogen industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And the Piarco International Airport solar grant-funded project will generate 800 kilowatts. Solar energy systems are also being installed in remote communities and solar LED lights in play parks and basketball courts. We are continuing, Madam Speaker, to pursue diversification within the local energy sector itself, with several future projects now under active consideration, such as the methanol to polyolefins project by the Alkene Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. This project, with expected overall capital expenditure of US $1.5 billion, aims to establish facilities to produce polyethylene and polypropylene resins. The aluminum ingot processing project is intended to create a new energy-based manufacturing industry without significant gas requirements. Products would include electrical cables and cold roll sheets made from aluminium. Capital expenditure on this project will be approximately US $685 million. The Alternative Marine Fuels project will establish bunkering facilities to provide alternative fuels, namely methanol and LNG, to vessels at Point Lisas Industrial Estate and Brighton ports. The proposal involves 3 phases. Phase 1 starting with the implementation of bunkering facilities at either Chaguaramas or Brighton. Phase 2 at Point Lisas or Port of Spain. And Phase 3, which is an expansion to Phase 2. Phase 1 is estimated to cost US $3.5 million, while Phase 2 is expected to cost between US $7 million and US $13 million. Currently, a technical and pre-feasibility study is being performed with Methanex to explore the viability of using methanol as an alternative fuel for marine and road transport in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we are taking a balanced approach to determining possible changes to the country's oil and gas tax regime as it pertains to the upstream energy sector. To incentivize new production, particularly new oil production, we have decided in the first instance to adjust our supplemental petroleum tax regime to motivate oil companies to produce more oil. Over the next 3 months, we will also be looking at adjustments to other energy taxes, again to motivate the oil companies to increase production. I'll provide further details in the fiscal measures. I now wish to share with this Honourable House some of the key economic and financial data emerging in 2022. As I said before, our real gross domestic product, GDP, is expected to grow by 2% in 2022. This should be compared to the estimated real GDP growth of the United States for 2022, which is now estimated to come in at 1.4%, with real growth in the US slowing to 0.3% in 2023. In fact, the GDP data for the United States for the first half of 2022 suggests that the US economy was either in or on the cusp of a recession. Secondly, nominal GDP, as I said before, is expected to grow to $190.7 billion in 2022, or $25.4 billion more than the latest revised GDP figure of $165.3 billion for 2021, using the most recent data published by the Central Statistical Office, an increase of 15.3% in 1 year. The GDP in 2022 is also 48.5 billion more than the GDP for 2020, an increase of 34% in 2 years. It is noteworthy that our conservative Ministry of Finance estimate of GDP for 2021 in our last budget was 151 billion, but it is now confirmed using the CSO's recently published data to actually be 165.3 billion. The economic performance in 2021 was therefore better than we had previously assumed. The fiscal deficit for 2022 has been reduced to 2.43 billion, or 1.3% of GDP in 2022, down from the originally expected deficit of 9.1 billion, or 5.8% of GDP, at the time the 2022 budget was read in October 2021. Expenditure in fiscal 2022 is now estimated at 54.07 billion and revenue at 51.64 billion. This represents an increase of 8.31 billion in revenue in 2022 over the original estimates. I must stress, however, Madam Speaker, because it appears that some commentators either do not understand or they pretend not to understand that despite our significantly improved revenue in 2022, we will still have a fiscal deficit in 2022 and 2023. And we must still contend with a high level of debt servicing. So, there is no great amount of surplus money in 2022 or 2023 to throw around, as some would have us believe. With better revenues, we are simply able to better manage our debt financing and overdraft, reduce our fiscal deficit, improve our cash flow, and address long outstanding arrears of payments to suppliers of goods and services. By way of example, we were able to pay out $4 billion in VAT refunds in 2022, significantly more than originally planned. However, it is noteworthy that if we did not have to cater for spending well over $1 billion in subsidizing fuel in fiscal 2022, or make a deposit into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of another $1 billion, which is counted as expenditure, revenue and expenditure would have been in balance in 2022. Compare this performance to India, which is expected to record a fiscal deficit of 6.5% of GDP in 2022, or Italy, with an estimated budget deficit of 5.6% of GDP in 2022. Closer to home, Colombia is expecting a budget deficit in excess of 5% of GDP in 2022, and Panama has an estimated deficit of 4% of GDP. Indeed, our deficit of 1.3% of GDP in 2023 is a far cry from 2021, when we recorded a fiscal deficit of 13.7 billion, or 9.1% of GDP. As a result of global events and the fact that much of our food and manufactured goods are imported, inflation, which was kept at bay during the pre-COVID years at the very low level of 1%, has been trending upwards to 4.7% in 2022. However, this rate is significantly below the rate of inflation of 9.8% in emerging and developing countries, the 8.6% inflation rate in the euro area, the 8.3% inflation rate in the United States, and the 9.8% inflation rate in the United Kingdom. And at a sub-regional level, as of June 2022, the economies of South America had an inflation rate of 8.8%. Inflation in Central America and Mexico was 7.5%, and the rest of the English-speaking Caribbean averaged 7.3%. Notably, the inflation rate in Barbados in July 2022 was 11.2%. Although we continue to be engaged in financing important programs such as road repairs, and the purchase of pharmaceuticals through state enterprises at the level of the central government, we have not had the need to engage in new direct borrowing since December 2021. This aside, we have more than adequate access, if the need arises, to preferentially priced loans from the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, the IDB, the CDB, the International Capital Market, and the domestic banking market, among other sources of financing. As I said before, our debt to GDP ratio has been reduced from over 80% in September 21 to 70% in September 22, to the surprise of the prophets of doom and gloom. In fact, based on our current borrowing and repayment schedule, we expect no significant increase in our total government debt in the 12-month period between December 2021 and December 2022, or in our debt to GDP ratio, the first time this will have occurred in many, many years. To stimulate growth and maintain economic momentum by increasing expenditure on our public sector investment program, now at $6.2 billion in 2023, which is where it counts, we have set a new soft debt to GDP limit of 75% for the next 2 years, which is well below the ratio of most countries in the world. Our premier record as a country which has never defaulted on its public debt remains intact, in contrast to other countries in the region who have found it impossible to honor their debts over the years. The current account of the balance of payments is anticipated to record a surplus of more than $4 billion in 2022. Net official foreign reserves as of August 2022 stood at US $6.8 billion, representing 8.5 months of import cover, well above the international benchmark of 3 months. As a result of higher than expected oil and gas prices, we have deposited US $163 million, or 1.1 billion Trinidad dollars, into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund for intergenerational benefit. Inflows of foreign exchange from the oil and gas sector for the first 8 months of calendar 2022 were US $1.9 billion, or US $1.33 billion more than the same period in 2021. Madam Speaker, we're encouraged by the July 2022 decision of the international credit rating S&P Global Ratings to revise our outlook from negative to stable and to maintain our credit rating at investment grade BBB-. We understand this credit rating is reflective of the basic strength of the country's economy, as well as its prospective developments and its resiliency from multiple shocks. We recognize that this is the first time over the last 15 years that S&P Global Ratings has taken a positive rating action on Trinidad and Tobago. First time in 15 years. In the current situation facing the world economy, with multiple cases of economic and financial distress, negative outlooks and credit rating downgrades are the norm rather than the exception. And as such, we are now recognized as being in a favorable position. We remain an attractive location for investors, hence the ready availability of credit from international banks and multilateral institutions. As S&P puts it, higher prices for oil, gas, and petrochemicals will spur an economic recovery in Trinidad and Tobago and strengthen economic resilience. The recovery is expected to lead to strong government revenue growth and more rapid fiscal consolidation. The outlook on Trinidad and Tobago is revised to stable from negative, and its ratings are affirmed, including the BBB long-term sovereign credit rating on the country. The stable outlook reflects their expectations that high prices of key exports will more than offset the impact of lower than expected energy production, returning the economy to growth after 6 years of contraction and helping to stabilize debt to GDP metrics. Turn now to institutional building. Madam Speaker, building and strengthening a mix of institutions has always been a policy objective of all PNM administrations, given the importance of their impact on growth, development, and prosperity. Indeed, the first institution established shortly after achieving independence status in 1962 was the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Its strong governance and technocratic structure has provided this country with almost 6 decades of financial and currency stability. Thereafter, we established, among others, in 1981, the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, in 1982, the Trinidad and Tobago Unit Trust Corporation, and in 1995, the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. The trust and confidence of our citizens in these institutions has ensured increasing levels of savings and investments, which are important for our growth and development. We have now embarked on the formation of new public institutions, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. After more than a decade of technical work and stakeholder consultations, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, TTRA, was finally established with the passage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act in 2021. The TTRA has begun to build out its governance structure following the partial proclamation of certain sections of the Act in March 2022. We appointed a strong board of management in June 2022, and we envisage that the TTRA will be operational in 2023, with an improved revenue administration combining the operations of the Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division. One of the board's priorities will be fulfillment of the legislative requirement to submit to the Minister of Finance within 6 months of appointment a strategic plan and operational plan for moving the TTRA forward. The board has engaged a strategic advisor and is working assiduously towards this objective, and I fully expect to have the strategic and operational plans in hand within the stipulated time frame. Once received and approved, the board will have a clear roadmap for effecting the long-awaited operationalization of the TTRA. Another key initiative of the board that is ongoing is the recruitment of a Director General who would lead the merged entity and be integral to the smooth transition to the TTRA. We expect that this key corporate officer will be selected by the end of 2022. The board is also working on establishing the information technology and communication systems that will form the operational platform for the authority, and is working with other state agencies to create the infrastructure and systems needed to maximize the collection of taxes in a fair manner for the benefit of the entire country. Further, in preparation for meeting the revenue collection standards of the TTRA, the Inland Revenue Division has been implementing several agreed-upon solutions to address the range of weaknesses identified in a Tax Administrative Diagnostic Tool Assessment, or TADAT, report undertaken by the International Monetary Fund some years ago. We are heartened to learn that the efficiency gains in tax collection driven by the TADAT-derived solutions could amount to additional revenue of at least 1% of GDP, or $2 billion in its first year of operation. The Gambling Control Commission. Madam Speaker, following the partial proclamation in June 2021 of sections of the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act, we took steps to operationalize the Gambling Control Commission. We have appointed the Board of Commissioners who have begun their work to recruit staff, procure information technology to support compliance and tax collection, procure and outfit physical accommodation, design business processes, commence specialized training of staff, and develop their strategic plan. The Commission is also in the process of finalizing the draft regulations for the gaming and gambling industry to provide the required oversight and define the policy for the regulation of the gaming and betting sector. We will undertake relevant consultations and public sensitization on these regulations before enactment. Accordingly, revenue collection by the Gambling Control Commission is expected to commence in 2023. I now turn to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. Madam Speaker, we are far advanced on completing the technical work for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. The protocols and legal requirements for merging the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company and the Home Mortgage Bank have been finalized by the boards of the National Insurance Board, the majority owner of the two institutions being merged. We envisage by early 2023 the full operationalization of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank, which is expected to be a much more efficient and streamlined organization with improved financial strength, better equipped to assist the delivery of affordable houses by the Housing Development Corporation. We expect to have the new mortgage bank operational in 2023 with an enhanced presence in the capital market, appropriately branded for eliciting public trust and confidence in its dual functions of mobilizing resources and channeling those resources into mortgage portfolios. This merger will remove inefficiencies in mortgage financing and create a sustainable flow of finance to support the low to middle income housing market. I now turn to the Special Economic Zones Authority. Madam Speaker, in February 2022, we established the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Authority, TTSEZA. In the process, we dissolved the Trinidad and Tobago Free Zones Company, which was a condition precedent for achieving compliance with the requirements of the OECD, Global Forum, and EU. The new agency will seek to establish an attractive and competitive framework in the country through reviewing and assessing the performance of all special economic zones, formulating standards and prescribing codes of practice to be observed by operators in these zones, thus facilitating an enabling environment in designated areas. The newly appointed Board of Directors is now developing the organizational structure of the TTSEZA, as well as the regulations which would underpin its operations. It is expected to be fully operational in 2023. The Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. Madam Speaker, we are advancing the modernization of our institutional arrangements for promoting exports and investments. To this end, we are in the process of establishing a single trade and investment promotion entity, the Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, TTIPA, to avoid duplication of efforts and to focus on a targeted approach to trade and investment promotion. The new entity is based on a merger of a number of other agencies, Export TT, Invest TT, Creative TT, and elements of the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Service Industries, TTCSI. The recently appointed Board of Directors is spearheading the work to operationalize this agency with a mandate to develop a diversified, resilient, and sustainable economy through the international promotion of Trinidad and Tobago. To that end, I expect the TTTIPA, Investment Promotion Agency, to be operational in early 2023 and to take steps immediately to enable Trinidad and Tobago to become a premier destination for non-energy business and investment and create a competitive non-energy export sector with high foreign exchange earning capabilities. We have ensured that this new agency will be properly funded in 2023, especially in the area of export promotion and overseas market penetration. I turn now to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Madam Speaker, the Involving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company, ETEC, has been advancing the development of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate with financing in the sum of $690 million from the China Export-Import Bank and counterpart funds. Upon completion in early 2023, 78 lots with all required infrastructure and services, as well as 5 modern factory shells, will be leased by ETEC to investors and businesses with a focus on the non-energy sector. InvestTT and ETEC have been promoting the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate as a prime investment opportunity in the field of high-value manufacturing, logistics, distribution, and warehousing. We already have on board 11 investors who have committed to being a part of the state-of-the-art facility, and negotiations are in progress with another 9 investors for business operations at this park. Just last month, a fourth Chinese investor had executed a letter of offer with E-Tech to construct a bonded warehouse in the first phase. A trade and exhibition center would be established in the second phase. This center would generate over 500 manufacturers' displays where buyers and sellers can transact in a technology-driven environment utilizing 5G technology at the industrial park. When fully operational, we expect the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate to generate approximately 4,500 jobs. I move now to property tax. We are on track, Madam Speaker, to commence collection of property tax in fiscal 2023. The legal structure is already in place, but we intend to make some simple amendments before the end of the year to the Valuation of Land Act to tighten and clarify the procedures for the gathering and processing of information and the valuation of properties. Let me share with you some aspects of the work in progress. Upon population revaluation rules, the Board of Inland Revenue will commence the assessment and collection of property tax, starting with residential properties, using the formula in the Property Tax Act. You should note, Madam Speaker, that as part of our local government reform exercise, these residential property taxes are allocated by law for use by the 14 local government corporations for the development and maintenance of their respective regions. After residential properties, the assessment of commercial, industrial, and agricultural properties will follow. The first valuation roll, when fully completed, should contain an estimated 400,000 residential properties. However, collection of taxes will commence when the threshold of valuation of 50% of residential properties, or 200,000, is achieved. To facilitate the completion of this first valuation roll, among others, the Commission of Valuations published on September 6, 2021, a notice for mandatory submission of returns by property owners or occupiers or agents to obtain the required property data pursuant to Section 29 of the Valuation of Land Act. On February 28, 2022, the Commission of Valuations concluded her request for submission of returns of property after having implemented a number of enabling activities, such as the official launch of a website for online submission of returns, publication of a notice in the local newspapers informing property owners of the need to submit returns with accompanying documents, and physical distribution to 408,453 property owners or occupiers of returns via direct delivery through TT Post. By August 2022, the Valuation Division had received 325,296 returns of property data. The annual rental values, ARVs, of these properties are currently being assessed for insertion in the valuation roll. Within these 325,296 returns, the division has in its possession information on over 200,000 residential properties and is moving to complete the valuation of same in the first instance. The Valuation Tribunal is being finalized as required by the Valuation of Land Act to handle disputes over the valuation of properties and will be in place when the first valuation roll is completed. Members of the tribunal have been appointed with the recruitment of the chairman in progress. I turn now to local government reform. Madam Speaker, the process of local government reform under this PNM administration represents a very important change in the way people's needs in local communities will be addressed, and in essence, a paradigm shift. It has been on the political agenda for over 30 years, and its time has come. We envisage that local government bodies in the proposed new system will be highly accountable and responsive organizations grounded in the business, environmental, cultural, educational, and social fabric of their communities. We are firm in our belief that local government should be given more rather than less responsibility and authority. And as such, a platform for meaningful reform of local government has been formulated with the objective of creating a modern, efficient, properly resourced, and proactive local government system. Indeed, the present reform agenda has been on the cards since August 2016, when Cabinet under this administration approved the draft policy on local government reform. Since that time, there has been extensive consultation and discussion on the proposed new system. Following this, the required legislation, the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill, was examined and reviewed by Parliament and passed in both houses in June of 2022. The government is now ready to move forward with the program of reform and to start the process of building out the required new systems, practices, and procedures, and creating the required improved capacity and enhanced capability in local government corporations. In particular, Madam Speaker, as mentioned before, the ongoing valuation of properties exercise being conducted by the Valuations Division of the Ministry of Finance is specifically designed to address the problem of inadequate funding for the maintenance and development of infrastructure in local government districts by reserving and allocating residential property taxes for the exclusive use of local government bodies, thus providing them with a reliable and regular dedicated stream of income. Move on now to statistics. Madam Speaker, household budget surveys are a critical link in the statistical infrastructure. It is the only trueable, reliable source of household income and expenditure data, which when combined with other information produces a rich source of socioeconomic data, an important and critical ingredient in our economic and social policy analyses and development planning. This undertaking will become a central and strategic component in the work program of the proposed National Statistical Institute. The government intends to bring the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago bill before the Parliament for a vote at the earliest opportunity. It requires a 3/5 majority be enacted into law, and we hope that members of the opposition will review their approach to this critical matter and find it within their duty to support this key piece of legislation in order to have the country establish this very important institution in the shortest possible time. Madam Speaker, the next household budget survey is scheduled to take place before the end of 2022. For the first time, the household budget survey will be combined with the survey of living conditions. Both surveys are being merged to yield better quality expenditure data, while also providing detailed information on health, education, labor, and other characteristics of living conditions. And Madam Speaker, a national population census is also planned for 2023. As we have been modernizing our economy and placing greater use on digital technology, the CSO has been overhauling the gathering and dissemination of data using the wide powers under the existing Statistics Act. We have been reducing lag times in accordance with our commitments under the IMF Enhanced General Data Dissemination System since 2021. It should be noted that in 2021, Trinidad and Tobago implemented the recommendations of the IMF's Enhanced General Data Dissemination System, EGDDS, by publishing essential data through the National Summary Data Page, NSDP. The Enhanced General Data Dissemination System was established by the IMF in 2015 to support improved data transparency, encourage statistical development, and help create synergies between data dissemination and policy making. The NSDP is a national data portal that serves as a one-stop publication vehicle for essential macroeconomic data on the national accounts, government operations and debt, monetary and financial sector, and balance of payments. The NSDP is hosted by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, utilizing the statistical data and metadata exchange. A link to Trinidad and Tobago's NSDP is available on the IMF Dissemination Standards Bulletin Board and contains links to statistics published by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Finance, and the Central Statistical Office. Indeed, consistent with our commitment to ensure public access to national statistics, up to first quarter 2022, labor force data has been published by the CSO and disseminated, as well as up to first quarter 2022 GDP data. This is a significant improvement from previous years when national statistics were as much as 2 years out of date. The retail price index is also now up to date to July 2022. I turn now to fuel prices. Madam Speaker, the unexpected 100% increase in oil prices from 2021 to 2022 frustrated our policy objective to liberalize in 2022 the fuel market within which a standardized pricing system for motor fuels could have been established. In 2021, we had deferred to the first quarter 2022 the proclamation of the legislative amendments to affect liberalization of the fuels market, leaving the retail prices of motor fuels per litre as premium gasoline at $5.75, super gasoline at $4.97, and diesel at $3.41. However, Madam Speaker, the oil and fuel price scenario changed suddenly at the beginning of 2022. Rapidly increasing oil prices as high as US $120 per barrel would have required a huge amount of government subsidy in 2022, up to as much as $3 billion if left untouched. We sought to deal with this issue earlier this year in April on the assumption that oil prices would come down from their extreme highs. However, oil prices continued to exceed US $100 per barrel for months. At that time, we proposed to share the burden of adjustment equally with the population by absorbing half the cost of the annual fuel subsidy. At that time, by increasing the prices of gasoline by $1 per litre and diesel by 50 cents per litre, we had estimated we could limit our expenditure on the fuel subsidy to $900 million a year. Although oil prices have subsided somewhat and are currently in the vicinity of US $90 per barrel, the US Energy Information Administration, in its most recent September 2022 short-term energy outlook, has estimated the price of oil in 2023 to average US $96.91 per barrel, which means that if this forecast is correct, we will be facing a fuel subsidy in 2022 of over $2 billion. Allow me to explain, Madam Speaker, how the fuel subsidy works, since it is not fully understood by all concerned, and some commentators also confuse the issues. As a processed product, motor fuels such as premium and super gasoline and diesel must be purchased from a petroleum refinery at what is termed an ex-refinery price. This is the case whether the refinery is located here in Trinidad and Tobago or overseas. If our refinery was still in operation, the ex-refinery price for fuel at point of pair would still have to be used to determine the amount of the fuel subsidy. To illustrate this, in 2014, when the refinery was in full operation, the government was required to find $7 billion to subsidize fuel. You wouldn't think so, Madam Speaker, when you hear voices saying that if our refinery was still in operation, we would not have been facing increases in the price of fuel. Maybe they are right. And instead of fuel price increases, we would be facing bankruptcy as a country instead. The ex-refinery price for fuel is directly proportional to the market price of oil and is derived from the cost of purchasing crude oil at world market prices, plus the cost of processing this fuel into oil. To this price must be added the cost of shipping, handling, storage, marketing, transport, and distribution to get the retail price of fuel at gas stations. I'm advised by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries that at a price of US $95 per barrel for oil, the unsubsidized prices of premium and sugar and super gasoline and diesel per litre before any markup are as follows. Premium gasoline, $7.66. Super gasoline, $7.59. Diesel, $7.75. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that in this scenario, the true price of diesel is currently subsidized by almost 100%. In other words, when oil is US $95 a barrel, the price at which diesel is sold to consumers in Trinidad and Tobago at $3.91 per litre is almost half the actual cost that the government pays to purchase and supply this fuel. Compare this to Barbados, where diesel is sold at $4 Barbados dollars per litre, which is equivalent to $13.60 Trinidad per litre. This is over 3 times the price for diesel in Trinidad and Tobago, and gasoline is sold at even higher prices there. In fact, unlike Trinidad and Tobago, fuel is a revenue earner in Barbados because the Barbados government imposes taxes on gasoline and diesel in that country. So they add taxes to the cost price of fuel to increase the final price to motorists at the gas station. In that country, therefore, as is the case in most other Caribbean countries, fuel is not subsidized, it is taxed. By contrast, in Trinidad and Tobago, the government pays the difference between the actual cost of the fuel and the subsidized costs. And if we do not act to deal with this issue in 2023, this could cost taxpayers $2.2 billion in the coming year, much of which will have to be taken from other areas of critical expenditure, such as healthcare, social grants, or education. Even at an oil price of US 90 per barrel, the unsubsidized prices of fuel would be $7.30 per litre for premium gasoline, $7.23 for super gasoline, and $7.38 per litre for diesel. And at that oil price, the cost to government, if the current prices are left unchanged, would be $1.9 billion. We are firm in our view that this level of expenditure on fuel is not productive and that taxpayers' money could be better spent elsewhere. We believe, therefore, that it is only reasonable that the money spent on subsidizing fuel is capped at $1 billion per year. Some areas where we believe that this money is better spent are social grants, where we spend $5.4 billion per year, including senior citizens' pension at $4.3 billion a year, food support at $175 million, disability grants at $630 million, and social assistance grants at $355 million. Water supply, which costs us over $2 billion a year to subsidize. Electricity supply, which costs $700 million a year to subsidize. Because TNTEC has not been meeting its payment obligations to the NGC for the gas used to generate electricity, which we must purchase at market prices from oil companies like BP-TT. Electricity rebates for low-income families, which cost $60 million per year. The air bridge, which costs over $100 million a year to subsidize. The inter-island ferry service, which costs $200 million per year to subsidize, not including the capital costs of the 2 new fast ferries, which cost us close to $1 billion to acquire. Free transportation for senior citizens and students, which costs $220 million per year. Free tertiary education gate, which costs $400 million per year. Free health care, including CDAP, which costs $6 billion per year. And subsidy of Caribbean Airlines to keep the airline flying to maintain our connectivity with the rest of the world at a cost of $700 million per year. It is noteworthy that when the pandemic struck in 2020, even though Caribbean Airlines reduced its operating costs as best as it could and rationalized its staff to the bare minimum just to keep the airline in the air, the Ministry of Finance was still asked to subsidize the operations of Caribbean Airlines for a 3-year period until it got back on its feet by arranging financing to the tune of up to US $300 million or 2 billion Trinidad dollars. So far, we have provided the required support. To stay within a cap of 1 billion for the fuel subsidy and ensure that money is available for essential services, therefore, a further adjustment in fuel prices is required, and I will say more about this when I come to the fiscal measures at the end of my statement. Madam Speaker, cognizant of increased operating costs with the increased prices of fuel, we have also adjusted the gross margins for wholesalers and retailers of motor fuels. Effective August 2022, wholesalers and retailers were able to benefit for an adjustment of 5 cents per litre for premium, super, diesel and kerosene. This has cost the government $50 million. I move now to the National Insurance Fund. We have been keeping under review the sustainability of the National Insurance Fund in the context of the most recent actuarial reviews, which have identified our changing demographics as impacting negatively on the long-term sustainability of the fund. Although the fund has sufficient money to last for the next 20 years, if no changes are made, an increase in the compulsory age of retirement from 60 to 65 years is being advanced as one of the solutions for reversing the fund's declining viability. An increase in contribution rates is a last resort. And there's nothing unique about this, since an increase in the retirement age is being implemented across the board in virtually all Caribbean countries with similar issues with their national insurance funds. The Prime Minister of Grenada recently announced plans to increase the retirement age from 60 to 65 as a solution to save their national insurance system from insolvency. In Barbados, the compulsory age of retirement is already 67, and in Jamaica, it is 65. We in the Ministry of Finance have recently completed our consultations on the retirement age held by Minister Manning with key stakeholders, including trade unions and business organizations. These discussions will inform our policy agenda for putting the National Insurance Fund of the NIB on a long-term sustainable basis. Turn now to capital markets. Madam Speaker, we have continued the process for deepening and widening our capital market as a major source for the funding of private and public activities. The July 2022 additional public offering of First Citizens Bank placed 10,869,565 shares of FCB at a price of $50 per share into the hands of private and institutional investors. As a result of this APO, we have reduced the state's shareholding in First Citizens from 64% to 60% of the bank. The public response to the FCB APO has been an outstanding success, similar to the National Investment Fund NIF public offering in 2018. The APO was heavily oversubscribed by 55%, attracting applications for 16,865,007 shares, with a value of $843 million, of which $543 million was transferred to Corporation Seoul as owner of the shares. It is noteworthy, Madam Speaker, that while corporations were given a percentage of the shares they requested, all individuals received 100% of the shares for which they applied. This is consistent with our policy of the widest possible public participation in the divestment of profitable state enterprises. We are also heartened by the decision of First Citizens to immediately include the new shareholders in its August 2022 dividend distribution. I turn now to cashless transactions. Madam Speaker, with the support and hard work of the Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center, we have made considerable progress in the introduction of cashless transactions in the public sector. Under the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Payments can now be made by links and online credit cards for services at the Civil Registry, Companies Registry, and Intellectual Property Office. At the Immigration Division, payments for passports, work permits, and visas can be made by links with online debit and credit cards targeted for December 2022. At the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, payments for customs import declarations can be paid for by links, online debit, and credit cards. At the Judiciary, payments for fixed penalties and court-ordered maintenance can be made by online debit and credit cards, and payments using a voucher system managed by payment service provider agents is targeted for December 2022. At the Inland Revenue Division, payments by automated clearinghouse, ACH, and real-time gross settlement, RTGS, direct deposit, can be made directly to the Treasury suspense account at the Central Bank. Online payments by debit and credit cards are targeted for 2023. At the Treasury Division, payments of public service wages and salaries are being made through bank transfers. At the Ministry of Trade and Industry, online payments for single electronic window transactions by debit card and credit card are targeted for December 2022. At the Ministry of Works and Transport, payments of fixed fine and penalties can be made by links. Online debit and credit cards are targeted for December 2022. Workers in the Unemployment Relief Program are being paid through debit cards. And at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, payment of food support is being made through debit cards and public assistance through bank transfers. The use of bank transfers for other social grants or payment cards and or a voucher system using payment service providers or mobile wallets are being developed for implementation in 2023. We are also working actively on the implementation of financial instructions to leverage the platforms of payment service providers to provide services for the underbanked and the unbanked to be able to do business with the government via a combined agent network of over 1,500 agents across Trinidad and Tobago. This will allow for greater reach to citizens and offer a convenient approach for persons who still transact in cash and who do not have a bank account, reducing the hassle for citizens in rural communities who must commute to government offices to make payments for various services. This method of payment through payment service providers is expected to be implemented early in 2023. To facilitate the business community, the Ministry of Trade and Industry's single electronic window is also being updated to offer online payment options to provide a seamless experience to over 300,000 annual transactions for a wide range of services, including import-export licenses, various health and agriculture certificates and permits, and business-related services such as company registration and incorporation. Another area of the cashless agenda will be the promotion of the use of financial technology, also known as fintech. The region's first fintech innovation hub will be implemented by the TTIFC in 2023 as a collaborative environment with an on-site ecosystem, whereby the regulators, financial sector actors, ministries, departments and agencies, fintech startups and innovators, both local and foreign, can connect and collaborate to achieve the goal of a cashless society in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that in furtherance of the cashless agenda, the Central Bank in September 2022 registered Paywise Limited as Trinidad and Tobago's first e-money issuer. This new e-money issuer will provide more access to financial services to the unbanked and underbanked citizens across the country, and I anticipate an increased number of approvals of additional e-money issuers in the following months, in the context of our robust ICT infrastructure, the abundance of skill sets across technology, finance, and the digital world, as well as the proximity to their clients in the Americas. The TTIFC has already been receiving interest from other international financial technology firms such as Valenta International, MasterCard, Visa, and many others in terms of facilitating our drive to create a fintech-enabled ecosystem. We are also seeking to identify the payment needs of our citizens through the conduct by the TTIFC of the country's first national financial inclusion survey, intended to identify barriers impacting financially underserved adults. I move now to digital transformation. Madam Speaker, technology affects almost every aspect of our 21st century life, from transport efficiency to food and healthcare, as well as productivity. The internet has enabled ideas and resources to be shared. We have identified in our post-pandemic revitalization programs the emergence of a digital society as our foremost priority. Our digital policy is citizen-centric, and in all our activities we must ensure that no one is left behind. The policy also focuses on a digital economy, given the critical role of the ICT sector for our future prosperity. We are also focusing on digital government. I gave some examples just now about cashless transactions within government, which would improve the delivery of services to our citizens, while at the same time reducing the cost of those services to the state. Some of the key initiatives to drive our digital transformation agenda include the Developers Hub, which will create an ecosystem which will grow our domestic developers community through partnerships between the government and small emerging local software developers and entrepreneurs. The hub will facilitate the development of considerable expertise in creating software solutions for the public sector, where there is substantial opportunity for regional and international support. It will be the center for collaboration and the crafting of such software for beneficial use by our citizens, residents, visitors, and public officers to meet their general needs. The hub will focus on open source and open standard solutions to build mobile and web-based applications for the delivery of e-services. We expect an increasing contribution of the ICT sector to GDP from the current level of 3.2% as we market a brand made by Trinidad and Tobago for Trinidad and Tobago and the world. We are providing significant support for this initiative, an online training platform for skills development and expansion for all members, and cloud-based software development and sandboxes. The National E-Identity and Interoperability Solutions will enable government ministries, departments, and agencies to collaborate on improving delivery and personalization of services to citizens. These solutions will result in easier integrated access to government services across ministries using a single point of entry, such as their phone or tablet, or even from a community access center. Connected communities will bring together industry and community stakeholders in government, the private sector, and civil society to develop technology solutions which will benefit all aspects of economic and community life in selected communities. We have already launched in March 2022 a pilot project in Arima, which would commence with the establishment of smart poles to facilitate Wi-Fi connectivity and device charging within the borough. The Community ICT Access Program was expanded during 2022 from the original 6 public access centers to 32 centers. We are well underway to achieving our target of 100 public access ICT centers. In terms of ICT infrastructure, the government data center and government cloud will house government data on island so that information and services would continue to be available to citizens should we be cut off from the outside world in the future. The Open Data Initiative allows for the availability and sharing of reliable data and caters to the digitalization of systems and business processes of ministries, departments, and agencies, which will create the enabling environments in which digital transformation can occur. Madam Speaker, the recently launched Parlour, P-A-R-L-O-U-R, e-commerce platform is providing local and regional artisans and makers of craft with a larger market for their products using technology into its operations. a process which is already globally utilized by craft-based businesses. Designed and developed by TSTT, the online platform will be used for the buying and selling of local and regional products. The platform is more efficient and more responsive to customers, and the goal is for TSTT to partner with 100,000 sellers and enable them to attract consumers towards their products. TSTT is now putting in place a digital payment e-money solution, which will provide users of Parler with simple, safe, and affordable ways to complete transactions and penetrate the global market. I now turn to public sector wage negotiations. Madam Speaker, central to the efficient functioning of the public service is the establishment of a fair and equitable compensation system for our public sector employees. But the approach to achieving this objective must be careful and consistent with the known availability of resources. No responsible government can contemplate bankrupting the entire country simply to appease a portion of the labor force. We are firm in our view that our current offer of 4% over the period 2014 to 2019 for the mainstream public service, although it will be a challenge to raise the required funds, is practical and equitable. One trade union has already accepted our offer, and we hope that others will soon follow suit. It must be emphasized that the additional annual recurrent cost of our offer is approximately $500 million. And it should be noted that if this offer is extended to the wider state sector, the additional cost will almost double to approximately $1 billion per year. The back pay that will accrue to June 2023 from our offer for just the mainstream public service is $2.4 billion. This will increase to $4.6 billion when the entire state sector is included. As difficult as these amounts will be to accommodate, we will find the money and make the required payments promptly. But any more than this will wreck the economy, not just for the same public servants, but for everyone else. By way of example, the counter offer made by the Public Services Association is unsustainable. The PSA has countered our offer of 4% with a demand for 19% increase in salaries for the 3-year period 2014 to 2016, which is only 1/2 of the period of our offer. If accepted, this would cost $15.8 billion in arrears up to June 2023. The additional annual recurrent cost would be $1.8 billion. If the PSA offer was extended to the wider state sector, $30.3 billion in back pay would be required up to June 2023. The additional annual recurrent cost would be $3.4 billion. And these calculations, Madam Speaker, do not cater for a similar increase in the second 3-year period, 2017 to 2019, which, if agreed, could create a back pay requirement of $50 billion, equivalent to the total national expenditure in previous years. Clearly, these are not serious counter-proposals. They may sound good to encourage marches or threats, but I am certain that the leaders know the facts, the reality, and what is doable. It should be obvious that demands of this nature cannot be met. Anyone who believes that the country can afford this level of public expenditure, $50 billion, is simply not being realistic. I wish to make it clear that our offer of a 4% increase over the period 2014 to 2019 is the best we can do. And even at this level, we will have to dig deep to find the $4.6 billion in back pay that will flow from this. However, Madam Speaker, I wish to confirm that the government stands ready to make good on our offer as soon as it is accepted. We are prepared to raise the required funding for back pay quickly and to make these payments promptly, as well as appropriate adjustments to the budgetary appropriations to cater for the recurrent increase is in wages and salaries. On the other hand, if trade unions choose to send these negotiations to the industrial court, we would ask that these matters be expedited so that we can act swiftly in accordance with the court's decision. And now move on to the enabling sectors. Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, our infrastructure investments have been playing a substantial role in the structural transformation of our country. Some major projects include the Solomon Ho-Choi Highway extension to Point Fortin, which is almost complete and will ease traffic between San Fernando and Point Fortin with the construction of 30 kilometers of dual carriageways from La Romaine to Point Fortin. We expect that this highway will be opened in early 2023 to create an efficient road connection for communities such as Debe, Mondesir, Faizabad, Labrie, and Point Fortin. The Churchill Roosevelt Highway extension to Manzanilla, which is in the initial stages of construction with the Komuto Junction to Guayco packages. The Valencia to Toco Road, which will open up our northeastern communities for business and residential opportunities. Upgrade work being undertaken by Pure is well underway, with a further section to be implemented by the National Infrastructure Development Company in due course. Madam Speaker, our road infrastructure, which had deteriorated during the pandemic when resources were redirected to the health sector, would see now a major repair and rehabilitation exercise. A new state company, Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, has been capitalized with an initial $100 million and a board appointed. A further $100 million has been allocated for this company in 2023, making a total of $200 million immediately available for repair of secondary roads. We expect the company to use these funds proactively to carry out much-needed secondary road repairs throughout the country. Additional allocations have also been provided for the 14 municipal corporations. We have also just raised a further $250 million in loan financing for the Program for Roads Upgrade and Enhancement, or PURE, in the Ministry of Works and Transport for use in Fiscal 2023. The Ministry of Works and Transport has also been allocated a further $1 billion in its development program for 2023, as well as increased allocations in other line items for road repairs at the district level. This enhanced level of funding will ensure that proper attention can now be paid to road repairs and rehabilitation in 2023. Madam Speaker, the Diego Martin Vehicular and Pedestrian Bridge Overpass is at an advanced stage of completion. We expect this overpass to be commissioned in 2023, thereby improving connectivity for commuters from the Diego Martin Valley into the Western Peninsula. The ANR International Airport Terminal Building project is being constructed on a phased basis, with the initial phase being the upgrading of the existing terminal, which was completed in March 2022. Design and planning activities for the new main terminal building are in progress, with initial construction work having commenced. Upon completion in 2024, Tobago will benefit from a state-of-the-art modern international airport with sufficient capacity and level of service, which would catalyze the expansion of the hotel room stock and serve as a booster for revitalizing and expanding the tourism industry. The integrated fishing port and facilities at Grand Chimin in Moruga will enhance the fishing industry in Moruga, bringing economic opportunities to the surrounding communities of Grand Chimin, La Rufin, and Marak. The initial phase, the landslide facility, as well as the environmental impact assessment for the second phase, the marine facility, are expected to be completed in early 2023. The Toco Ferry Port is at an advanced stage of the environmental impact assessment, and the San Fernando waterfront redevelopment will modernize the city of San Fernando and surrounding communities. The project is being advanced in phases, with phase 1 being constructed at a cost of $247 million, involving 8 projects as follows. 3.8 hectares of land at Kings Wharf North are being reclaimed at a cost of $78 million. Construction has begun with completion in 2023. A new fishing facility is being constructed at a cost of $38 million, again with completion in 2023. The new facility and jetty will accommodate 72 fishermen and 50 fishing vessels. A new coastal protection system is being constructed at a cost of $67 million along the Lady Hales Avenue between Hatters Bay to the south and the existing water taxi terminal to the north. On completion in 2024, the frequency and severity of coastal erosion and coastal flooding to the area will be reduced.
Sir, I know you might be getting a bit excited, but I'll ask members to please control their volumes. We're all interested in the budget, and every member will have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't even notice. So as I continue, I really didn't hear the noise on the other side. Lady Hales Avenue will be widened into a dual carriageway at a cost of $136 million with completion in 2023. This will alleviate traffic congestion when the full implementation of the redevelopment project is completed. Commercial and residential squatters are being relocated from the redevelopment area through a collaborative effort between the Land Settlement Agency and UDCOST at a cost of $43 million. The Public Transport Service Corporation maintenance facility has been relocated from Lady Hales Avenue to Golconda at a cost of $15 million. And the mixed-use development on the site is being advanced through a PPP arrangement at a cost of $207 million for completion in 2024. And Plaza San Carlos is being upgraded at a cost of $61 million. The project will assess, refurbish where practical or possible, reconstruct, reconfigure, and retrofit the existing predetermined structures of the Plaza San Carlos to the original luster. These buildings would be repurposed for commercial use. I move now to public utilities. The public utilities system involving water production and transmission, electricity generation and transmission, and telecommunications in particular, internet broadband, has been a critical element in our development experience. The current tariff reviews being undertaken by the Regulatory Industries Commission will ensure, with the adoption of a new pricing system for water and electricity, that the utilities are able to undertake the appropriate investments to meet the demands of the national communities. Utility rebates would be made available to low-income and vulnerable groups to access subsidies for electricity and water once these prices have been regularized. In the interim, we are focusing on our mandate to deliver to our citizens an adequate and reliable supply of water. As an initial step, we are undertaking the transformation and restructuring of the Water and Sewerage Authority. During the transition period, we are seeking to improve delivery of water to all our communities. We are undertaking projects to identify new water sources through the drilling and equipping of additional wells. We are reducing non-revenue water by installing new transmission and distribution pipelines. We are refurbishing and upgrading our water treatment plants. We're increasing the reliability of water supply by desilting reservoirs, in particular in Tobago. We're improving water distribution through the construction of booster stations and expanding and rehabilitating our wastewater infrastructure. We are also expanding through TSTT the digital access network infrastructure to facilitate the connectivity needed to transform our country digitally. We already have 1.9 million mobile subscribers, a penetration of 146% of the population. Significantly, 1.1 million of those mobile subscribers have an internet plan. On the fixed internet side, the penetration is 87.5%, which means that a very high percentage of our households already have high-speed broadband connection. For people on the go, TSCT will provide mobile broadband data connectivity, and for government agencies and enterprise businesses, the company is expanding its digital infrastructure to provide connectivity to facilitate e-government services. We are thus ensuring, Madam Speaker, that the economy becomes quickly digitally enabled. Agriculture. In relation to agriculture, I now speak in the context of the impact of COVID-19 and the renewed energy within CARICOM to give life to long-discussed agriculture initiatives. The recently held Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 was a resounding success. It followed the inaugural event held in Guyana and will be followed by others in the region. Our expo saw over 30,000 participants from a broad cross-section of Trinidad and Tobago. It brought together for 3 days regional leaders, including business leaders and investors, farmers and future farmers, agro-processors and investors in agro-processing. Our expo and forum also brought together vendors and people in the business of food, as well as commercial entities which support the business of agriculture. CARICOM is once again focused on the need for member states to have a greater level of self-sufficiency in our food supply. COVID-19 and the unexpected events in Ukraine have been wake-up calls which have put pressure on both the access to food and the cost of food. Madam Speaker, in 2021, Trinidad and Tobago heeded the call of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, to host a national dialogue on food systems. We were very happy to have among our other facilitators in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Shakuntala Haraksingh Thilsted, the Trinidad and Tobago-born global nutrition expert who won the prestigious 2021 World Food Prize for her groundbreaking research in developing holistic, nutrition-sensitive approaches to aquaculture and food systems. Inevitably, those discussions and much of the discussions since late 2019 have been in the context of COVID-19 and the high food import bill, lack of cohesive regional policies and legislation, turf wars among our manufacturers, and insurmountable red tape. Madam Speaker, a larger issue given greater prominence by COVID-19 is the way our diets have changed to our detriment. It is an uphill battle for all of us to reverse the trends. Healthcare costs are ballooning, productivity is being impacted, longevity is at risk, our labor pool is at risk. The Russia-Ukraine conflict, though concentrated in the 630,000 square kilometers covered by Ukraine, impacts the ability of the world's most powerful economies to feed their citizens and fuel their nations. We are under even greater pressure. Let us use grain as an example. The well-organized, very successful poultry industry in Trinidad and Tobago has had to compete for over a decade with low-priced, low-quality imported poultry parts. Now, with over millions of tons of grain stuck in warehouses and silos in Ukraine, our poultry industry grapples with severe supply chain issues as the larger nations virtually commandeer vessels and global trading terminals. Delays, lack of availability, and ever-increasing shipping costs add millions to the normal cost of shipping. Inevitably, importers, even state-owned importers, must pass increased costs on to the consumer. The domino effect can be devastating if the situation is prolonged. For a country which depends heavily on annual food imports averaging more than 5 billion, the inability to import food can significantly affect food and nutrition security of the nation. Consequently, after broad-based consultations, we developed a roadmap to recovery to address the pandemic-induced economic decline. We remain committed to the CARICOM agenda as well as to our roadmap for agriculture. This work focuses on the following: boosting local production geared towards agro-processing to reduce our reliance on highly processed imported food. Building a more effective agricultural sector based on sustainable value chains, using innovation, digitization, and technology engagement of private sector including small farmers, youth, and women. There is a direct correlation between food consumption and food systems. Addressing nutrition and non-communicable diseases, and a persistent increase and a worrying trend in obesity among children and adults. We are committed to policies via the ministries responsible for health, education, trade and industry, community development, sport, youth, and agriculture to reverse these alarming trends. Soaring commodity prices on the global market are impacting increases in wholesale and retail flour prices in the domestic market. Wheat supply has been derailed by the Russia-Ukraine war, which countries combined generate 27% of global wheat imports, Russia and Ukraine. Exports, sorry. We have already experienced increases in prices of flour and associated products because of that war. To this end, we are taking advantage of this opportunity by focusing on root crop flour as a cheaper alternative to wheat flour. This product is already available in existing farmers' markets. We will therefore expand the enterprise base to produce alternatives to wheat flour. We will do so by extending the financial coverage of the grant fund facility for this from 50% to 75%, and we will increase the maximum funding amount from $250,000 to $340,000 for all producers of alternatives to wheat flour. I now take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to express my sincere gratitude to our farmers for the excellent work that they have been doing despite the challenges. And I wish to confirm that we have once again allocated the additional sum of $300 million for agricultural incentives, infrastructure, and programs in this year's budget. Our new approach is facilitating the re-engagement of youth in agriculture, since the aging of our farmers makes imperative the increasing involvement of youth in the sector. The recently established Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, in collaboration with the Metal Industries Company Institute of Technology, is developing part-time, 18 to 35 years, and retraining, 36 to 50 years, modules for their programs. The areas which are slated to accommodate these programs are Faizabad, Field Road, at the Chatham Dairy Farm, and the Kendall Dairy Farm in Palo Seco, in Valencia, Grand Couva, Pointe-a-Pierre, Todd's Road, Lopino, and Santa Cruz. The program is targeting young nationals who will be provided access to land and the necessary financial and technical support to become successful entrepreneurs. The Youth Agricultural Shade House Project, administered by the University of the West Indies and the Agricultural Research and Extension Unit in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, is a one-year program focusing on specialized hands-on training in intensive farming on small portions of land with very high yield. The program is encouraging young people between the ages of 16 to 35 to participate in the 12-month training period for which 100 participants would be selected. The project is anchored on a memorandum of understanding executed by the Prime Minister in May of 2022 to cooperate with other Caribbean countries to achieve food security in the region. I now turn to manufacturing, Madam Speaker, which is showing tremendous progress. We have worked assiduously at creating the environment within which competitive businesses can grow and become locally and globally competitive. During the pandemic, our non-energy sector has risen to the occasion and is expected to grow by 2.5% in 2022. Within the non-energy sector, manufacturing remains an important and dynamic catalyst in our economy. It is a major contributor to our gross domestic product at approximately 20%. It generates significant foreign exchange, and as a major employer, it employs over 52,000 persons. This sector has exported $7.4 billion in 2020, and this amount rose to $10.8 billion in 2021. Preliminary data for the first half of 2022 demonstrates a continuation of this trend. For the first half of 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's non-energy manufacturing sector exports valued $6 billion, which was 17% higher than the same period the previous year. The industry's subsectors have been increasing when January to June 21 is compared to January to June 22. For example, food and beverage industry increased by 28%, from 1.13 billion to 1.44 billion. Chemicals and fertilizers increased by 103%, from 186 million to 379 million. Paper and paper-related products increased by 29%, from 215 million to 278 million. Tobacco manufacturing increased by 31%, from 84 million to 110 million. Glass and glass products increased by 45%, from 70 million to 102 million. Furniture and light fittings increased by 12%, from 42 million to 47 million. And wood and related products increased by 55%, from 9 million to 14 million. We are also enhancing the human resource capacity in the manufacturing sector to address the existing gaps in labor skills. The apprenticeship program for the non-energy manufacturing sector was launched in May 2022, and the 3-year program is expected to train over 300 apprentices in the industrial areas of mechanical engineering technology, electrical electronic technology, industrial maintenance technology, and mechatronics. And the apprenticeship program for wood and wood products manufacturing was launched just recently in August 2022. And it will transform and expand the industry to produce higher value-added products using modern technology. Wood and wood products manufacturing has become a dynamic and competitive subsector. It employs approximately 4,000 persons and is playing a key role in our diversification strategy. The program, with an initial enrollment of 50 apprentices, will address the shortage of skilled labor in the subsector. Apprentices will receive a monthly stipend for the 2-year duration of the program, which will be delivered at the St. Bede Technology and Pleasantville Technology Centers. And the Export Booster Initiative, Madam Speaker, is complementing and ramping up existing initiatives, and is supported with 3 broad initiatives: the manufacturing export strategy of the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. I turn now to the Exim Bank Forex window facilities. As part of our overall strategy, we have established 2 financing arrangements for the manufacturers and importers of essential goods at the Exim Bank. As the global economy continues to show signs of economic improvement, demand for raw material inputs will continue to be elevated. The effective management of the country's foreign exchange resources by the Exim Bank has not only facilitated the commercial resilience of the manufacturing sector, but ensured the maintenance of international supplier relationships, which remain critical to the sector's development and the overall stability of the domestic market. The Exim Bank's Forex facility has proven its importance to the industrial ecosystem by having clear and measurable success across 16 sectors, with significant absorption capacity being felt within food and beverages, building and construction, plastics and packaging. Forex sales for the period remained elevated, with total disbursements of US $285 million, ensuring the sector's operational integrity and reinforcing its economic importance. The facility sustained international exports, as mentioned previously. Data shows a 17% increase in non-oil exports for the period June to July 22 when compared to the same period in 21. The integrity of the Exim Bank system for distribution of foreign exchange was influenced by company and market analysis with the input of key stakeholder agencies, that is, the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Exim Bank ensured Forex distribution to small, medium, and large enterprises, solidifying our commitment to sectoral development while enabling companies of varied sizes to access the facility based on their needs and impact both the domestic and export market. And Madam Speaker, the business community can rest assured. Let me repeat that. The business community can rest assured that in 2023, we will expand this Forex facility and provide even greater access to this targeted foreign exchange. The benefits are clear and have significant domestic and global impact. International supplier relationships have contributed to this positive development, facilitating the smooth flow of inputs for the manufacturing sector as a vibrant generator of sustainable employment. To summarize, (136 manufacturers, with 114 or 84% of these falling into the small and medium-sized categories, have accessed a total of US $395 million under the Exim Bank Forest Manufacturing Facility. 87 importers have accessed a total of US $488 million to supply the nation with food, pharmaceuticals, sanitary products, personal protective equipment, and other essential supplies through the Essential Supplies Forex window. And Madam Speaker, Export TT is supporting the private sector by strengthening supply chains via the implementation of the International Certification Fund, a facility under the Export Booster Initiative. The thrust of this initiative is to facilitate the evolution of the manufacturing sector to become globally competitive, productive, and innovative. The fund assists exporters to achieve international certification in food and beverages, to meet the quality and safety standards of international markets and franchises, to boost non-energy exports as well as substitute imported goods with locally produced goods. 11 manufacturing companies have so far benefited from this fund. We are also according high priority to improving the ease of doing business. The Trade and Business Information Portal, launched in May 2022, is providing access to multiple tools and resources to allow users to seek guidance on regulatory requirements for starting a new business or expanding an existing business, as well as requirements when undertaking an investment. Guidelines on importing and exporting are available, and the single electronic window platform is now undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. When completed in early 2023, this Trade and Business Information Portal, which is an integral component of the TT BizLink platform and is already utilized by all companies, will provide users with faster, more user-friendly software, as well as a range of new e-services. Businesses will be able to make electronic payments to over 46 e-services, which are already being administered on the platform. I turn now to small and medium enterprises. Our small and medium enterprises have long been playing a critical role in our development thrust. Generally employing a limited number of individuals, they have been sustaining livelihoods, especially among women, youth, and groups in vulnerable situations. We have been focusing on lowering and eliminating barriers faced by these enterprises. We have increased their access to finance through the several facilities pioneered by the National Entrepreneurial Development Company, NEDCO. A consortium of commercial banks has partnered with the government in administering a loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. We have recently put in place certain mechanisms to unlock their full potential. A key component of our COVID-19 relief measures for the banking sector was a central bank initiative in 2021 to allow commercial banks to restructure commercial loans more than twice over the life of the original loan and mortgages more than twice over a 5-year period without a downgrade in their asset classification to non-performing status. The COVID relief program saw the central bank agreeing to suspend the calculation of the mortgage market reference rate for a 2-year period commencing in October 2021. This policy allowed banks greater flexibility in lowering their mortgage rates outside of their anniversary dates and more than once a year. Both individuals and small and medium enterprises benefited from this policy. And Madam Speaker, we are also funding in the amount of $500 million and in partnership with the commercial banks, a new long-term loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. First Citizens Bank will manage this project in collaboration with other commercial banks. The government loan guarantees will be for up to 80% of the value of the loans for a term of up to 10 years, inclusive of a 2-year moratorium on repayments, and will focus on the non-energy sector. We have also been providing support to small and medium enterprises through a number of facilities. The Gateway to Trade program is spearheaded by the Ministry of Trade and Industry in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Services Industries. This is a 9-month market readiness accelerated program targeted to assist small and medium enterprises in 4 service sectors: business and professional services, information and communication technology, energy services, and tourism, especially in the areas of meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. The Export Booster Initiative that I mentioned previously is being advanced by the Ministry of Trade and Industry in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, with the aim of enhancing market access for small and medium enterprises. We are envisaging that the export value of manufactured goods will double by 2024. The grant fund facility is administered by Export TT, whereby businesses can access individual grants from the fund up to a maximum of $250,000, now gone to $340,000 per beneficiary, to finance 50% of the cost of acquisition. The facility focuses on 8 designated sectors, whereby new opportunities become available for the small and medium enterprises to engage in the production and export of high value-added products. The SME Mentorship Program, which is a collaboration between the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministry of Finance, is providing small and medium enterprises with the guidance required to transition successfully and grow their businesses while practicing good corporate governance. The small and medium enterprises will be assisted with accessing financing via tax incentives for listing on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. A full tax holiday for the first 5 years, that is exemption from the payment of corporation tax, now to be changed to 6, business levy and green fund levy, and a 50% reduction in taxes for the second 5-year period. I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that the program of action I have just outlined to support the small and medium enterprise sector will strengthen their governance structure, sharpen their competitiveness, and continue to contribute to the expansion of the non-energy sector. I move now to tourism. Our tourism industry was shuttered early in 2020 in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. While our fiscal and monetary support programs kept the industry afloat, the reopening of the economy is reshaping and revitalizing the tourism sector. Following the trends in the global industry, a key enabler is the adoption of modern technology and investment in the tourism and creative industries, given their intrinsic relationships. Encouraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and diversification within this combined sector, tourism and creative industries, is undoubtedly enhancing productivity levels and making significant contributions to our growth and development. We are supporting the digitalization of the tourism and creative sectors, in particular small and micro enterprises, but given the cost, we are assisting them to become digitally ready to be partakers of the technological revolution and the growth anticipated from this change. We are therefore providing assistance to those small and micro enterprises in the tourism and creative sectors to digitize the provision of their services. Their integration in the global marketplace would thus be assured. We are providing innovators and entrepreneurs in the digital evolution with a reimbursement of 50% of their investment, up to a maximum of $50,000. We already envisage approximately 60 participants to benefit from these facilities. Additionally, Madam Speaker, 3 new hotel brands with the addition of 312 rooms with an investment of $600 million are consolidating the impact of the reopening of the economy. I look forward to the envisaged high occupancy levels and the positive image of destination Trinidad and Tobago. The Comfort Inn and Suites at Orange Hills, Tobago was opened in August 22 and has added 74 guest rooms to the hotel stock. This hotel, under the Choice Hotels International brand, is a welcome addition to the more than 7,000 franchised Comfort Inn properties located around the globe. The Bricks by Marriott is a boutique hotel in Cascade, Port of Spain. It was opened in February 2022 and has added 161 rooms to the hotel room stock. To facilitate this construction, it qualified for $8.76 million in incentives under the Tourism Development Act. And the Radisson Blu Port of Spain, which will open in the second quarter of 2023, will add 79 guest rooms in the form of 1 and 2 bedroom suites and 2 presidential-style suites. The rooftop of the hotel boasts an infinity pool with a spectacular view of Port of Spain and the Gulf of Paria. We are also actively marketing and promoting cruise tourism. Our rich indigenous heritage and compelling national stories are drawing cruise visitors to our country. But the cruise lines are also attracted by access to a quality pool of skilled and unskilled labor in the hospitality and cruise industry. Through a recent memorandum of understanding with the Royal Caribbean Group, employment of nationals is ongoing. The Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, together with other cruise lines, will be making increased calls to Trinidad and Tobago upon the full reopening of the cruise sector by the 2022 to 2023 season. We are also upgrading our tourism sites and attractions. For example, the new La Vigi Pyramid Lookout facility is now open and is providing relaxing and historical information spaces for local and foreign visitors. The Desperados Pan Theatre is the new home of the Desperados Steel Orchestra and will provide, at a cost of $14 million, an enhanced performance space which will facilitate the activities of the band. Our national airline, Caribbean Airlines, is supporting our tourism thrust. Its recently acquired fleet of 9 new 737S aircraft, with its lower operating and maintenance costs, has been promoting airlift to Trinidad and Tobago. With its competitive fares, the airline is generating increased tourism traffic, not only to participate in our tourism activities, but also to visit our historical and cultural attractions. I move now to health. We have been strengthening our health system, aimed at ensuring that our citizens have equitable access to quality health care, thereby improving their quality of life. The COVID-19 pandemic, a potentially deadly and highly transmissible virus, tested the strength and resilience of the system, including our parallel healthcare facilities. And from all assessments, our combined health system successfully navigated the challenges. The dismantling of the protocols and restrictive conditions on July 17, 2022, except for mask wearing in limited circumstances, reflected reductions in positive cases over the period May 21 to April 22, as it pertains to hospital occupancy levels. The lowest total hospital occupancy level was recorded at 19% in April 2022, compared with 62% in May 2021, a decline of 43%. The lowest hospital occupancy in the intensive care unit was recorded at 17% in April 2022, compared with 70% in May 2021, a decline of 53%. And the lowest hospital occupancy in the high dependency unit was recorded at 8% in April 22, compared with 64% in May 2021, a decline of 56%. And Madam Speaker, we have been improving our vaccination rates. The milestone of 50% of the population being fully vaccinated was achieved in April 2022, and since that time it has stabilized at about 51.2%. This notwithstanding, the recent uptick in infections, hospitalizations, and deaths is a stark reminder of the requirements for caution in all our activities. Leaving aside our management of the COVID-19 virus, since March 2020, we have been making significant strides in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. We have achieved both the global and regional 2030 targets for maternal, child health, and neonatal mortality. Let me say that again. We have achieved both the global and regional 2030 targets for maternal, child health, and neonatal mortality, 8 years ahead of time. We are ensuring that our citizens have equitable access to quality health care through our network of modern health facilities, which are either in place or in advanced stages of being rolled out. The 150-bed ARIMA and 100-bed Point Fortin hospitals are already providing a suite of world-class services. The new 106-bed Sangre Grande Hospital will be completed in 2023 and will provide a range of services including medical, surgical, trauma, and orthopedic. The 504-bed central block of the Port of Spain General Hospital will be commissioned in 2024 and will provide acute care services including surgical, pharmaceutical, and laboratory, diagnostic and treatment, as well as ophthalmology and pediatrics. The San Fernando General Hospital is being refurbished to provide cardiac surgeries and an upgraded catheterization lab, also known as a cath lab. And the new Ministry of Health Administration building, which is expected to be completed in 2023, will bring all of the ministry's services, units and departments and affiliated organizations, such as the Pan American Health Organization, into one building. Once the new building is occupied, this will result in savings in rent of over $12 million per year. Madam Speaker, we have always considered health and its positive outcomes to have a central function in our development agenda. We will continue to invest and take a leadership role in health development to ensure fairness, to protect social values of equity, and ensure access, secure access to health care for low-income and vulnerable groups. Turn now to housing. Madam Speaker, we in the PNM have long understood the relationship between a housing program and economic development. We recognize early in the administration of the affairs of this country that comprehensive public policies and large-scale investments will be necessary, not only for expanding growth and development, but also in ensuring access to quality housing for our citizens, in particular the low-income and the vulnerable. Very early, we established public institutions, the National Housing Authority, followed by the Housing Development Corporation, to build and to finance the purchase of units. The expanding network of communities throughout the country was anchored on this policy agenda. We also established public financial institutions to assist in the financing of the purchase of units, the Home Mortgage Bank and the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, now being merged, will more effectively provide resources for financing the stock of housing units, as well as facilitate better access to mortgages. In fiscal 22, the Housing Development Corporation, under its Finance Projects Program, had under construction 1,000 366 housing units in 10 communities as follows. Pier Road in Labray, Bonnet North Aruca, Carlson Field Chaguanas, Carlton Lane San Fernando, Cypress Hill San Fernando, Lakeview Point Fortin, Malabar, Oasis in Chaguanas, Real Springs in Valsain South, Edinburgh Towers in Chaguanas. The HCC has also been utilizing public-private partnerships to construct housing units in appropriate areas. During fiscal 2022, the PPP program envisaged the construction of 339 units, and we have begun the process of delivering 239 completed units. The program is generating housing units at the following areas: Mahogany Court, Mount Hope, Malabar, Riverside East and South, San Fernando, Trestrail, Dabadie, and Eden Gardens in Freeport. The HCC, in collaboration with small and medium-sized contractors, is also constructing basic 3-bedroom, single-family units ranging in cost from $250,000 to $500,000 per unit. They are being built in batches of 10. During fiscal 22, 86 additional units were planned for construction, bringing to 174 the number of units under this program. Small and medium contractors have completed 108 housing units. The HCC is also advancing its program on a number of greenfield and brownfield sites. 2,563 housing units on 13 sites are being built for 784 low-income citizens and 1,799 for middle-income citizens. Over the last 5 years, the HCC has allocated a total of 3,620 units to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But its delivery capacity has been severely constrained by inadequate funding to complete stalled and existing housing units, as well as to keep its payments current to contractors and suppliers for maintenance, landscaping, and garbage removal. Accordingly, we are providing in 2023 significant financial resources to the HDC to refocus on its mandate to construct affordable housing units. We are arranging 3 government-guaranteed loans totaling $1.5 billion, of which $500 million will fund the completion of stalled or existing housing projects. Another $500 million will be used for the payments of debts owed to contractors and suppliers. And a further $500 million will be used for the construction of new housing units. Madam Speaker, the Land Settlement Agency, LSA, has been complementing the work being undertaken by the HDC. It brings much needed relief to the poorest and most vulnerable families in the society. It has been spearheading the regularization of squatter communities. The LSA is engaged in upgrade works on 14 sites with a lot yield of close to 4,000 lots. Pre-construction statutory approvals activities on 10 sites yielding 2,148 lots. Infrastructure work on 12 sites yielding 1,263 lots, and land use planning on 13 sites. Our innovative Housing and Village Improvement Program, HVIP, continues to improve infrastructure and poor quality housing in targeted villages, including Matura, Valencia, Kumuto, and Talparo, especially for people in the lowest income groups. This program has been highly successful. In December 2018, it won the Inter-American Development Bank President's Award for Service Excellence and Innovation in the Public Sector. In fiscal year 2022, 145 construction or repair projects had already been approved as of June 2022. This follows 160 approvals in fiscal 2021. But, Madam Speaker, we have reviewed our Village Improvement Program, Housing and Village Improvement Program, and are aware that at current prices, there is a difficulty of executing on challenging land topography. We've agreed to increase the maximum subsidy applicable for the construction of a housing unit from the presently available $145,000. And we are putting in place a 3-tiered subsidy structure based on land topography, which will provide the details of the increases in subsidy in the fiscal. I will provide the details of the increases in subsidy in the fiscal measures. The Land Settlement Agency is also spearheading infrastructure development of all residential lands with pre-approved house plans to be distributed to former employees of Petrotrin. 8 sites are now being developed: La Savane, Guayaguari; Nurse Trace, Guayaguari; Glenroy, Princestown; Woodford Lodge, La Romaine, Ponderosa Golconda, La Philippine Grand Couva, and Guapo in Point 14. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that the pace of public housing construction is insufficient to reduce the size of our application base, which has been increasing. I am told we now have 191,000 applicants for HCC houses. However, the HCC, as presently organized, managed, and financed, has built-in inefficiencies, and it cannot continue with business as usual. It is distracted by having to deal with the many demands for maintenance of rental properties and the difficulties in collecting money owed by occupiers of HCC properties, as well as the urgent need for new housing construction. We are therefore putting in place a new structure for the HDC, which envisages a holding company with 3 subsidiaries. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Construction Company will manage all elements of property development, including land acquisition, urban planning, project and construction management, and the provision of financing solutions to undertake construction projects. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Corporation Facilities Management Company Limited will focus on property management, including the maintenance of rental housing units, the maintenance of the management company portfolio, and partnering with regional corporations and other external entities to upkeep communities and promote sustainable community development. And the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Asset Management Company Limited will complete the sales of the finished housing units and will continue to manage and provide administrative support for housing development under its purview until handed over to purchasers. To summarize, we are creating a company that will focus on construction of housing units, another company that will focus on maintenance and management of existing rental housing units, and a third company that will focus on completing the sales of finished housing units. We anticipate that the HTC, as reorganized, will now have greater financial flexibility, greater efficiency, better focus, and the ability to quickly monetize housing assets which cannot be easily completed in their present form. I move now to education. Madam Speaker, we have long recognized that developing and promoting human capital is a driver of sustainable growth and development. Our continuing and high levels of investment in the education sector has been a major element in our human capital development agenda. We have built early childhood care and education centers and primary and secondary schools. We have built technical and vocational and tertiary institutions. Our education is now modern, inclusive, accessible, and relevant, and broadly meets the development needs of our country. The quality of our human capital is comparable with many advanced and emerging developing countries. In fact, the 2020 World Bank ranking of 157 countries in respect of its Human Capital Index, which measures the countries which are best in mobilizing the economic and professional potential of its citizens, places Trinidad and Tobago at number 67, with only 7 countries in the Western Hemisphere above us: the advanced countries, Canada and the United States, and the emerging and developing countries, Mexico, Costa Rica, Chile, Peru, and Colombia. But, Madam Speaker, we were clearly concerned with the performance of our students in the 2022 Secondary Entrance Assessment Examination, SEA. These students had spent most of the previous 2 years away from the physical classroom. The COVID-19 pandemic had confined them to online classes, and their performance in SEA reflected this absence from the classroom. There was a reduction in the pupils who scored above 50% in 2022 when compared with previous years. In 2022, the percentage was 37.1%. In 2021, the percentage was 52.5%, and in 2022, 63%. These statistics show a clear reduction of achievement, which can certainly be linked to the learning loss, which had been predicted globally and locally due to the lack of face-to-face learning. Over 9,000 students had scored less than 50% in the 2022 Secondary Entrance Assessment Examination. Madam Speaker, we thus embarked on an exercise to assist students in recovering learning lost. During the period July to August 22, we administered a vacation revision program in a face-to-face format at 26 secondary schools, which treated with remedial work for learning lost in the short term. We allocated $10 million to facilitate this program, including the training of 600 teachers. We have given these students the best chance at educational success by their return to the physical classroom. This notwithstanding, I am deeply concerned about the less than adequate participation in the program. We are taking steps to address this challenge to ensure that academic performance returns to pre-pandemic levels. Firstly, we are implementing, after 2 years in secondary school and being enrolled in Form 2, the lower secondary proficiency examination, for which students will be required to be certified to ensure they have basic numeracy and literacy skills needed to continue their education. Secondly, we have distributed 7,000 laptops to means-tested students and teachers, which brings to a total of 63,410 devices distributed between 2018 and 2022. Thirdly, as announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, we are introducing a structured remedial education program to assist those students who have fallen behind because of COVID-19 to recover and catch up with their learning. An allocation of $50 million for this purpose has been made in this budget. Turn now to GATE. The Government Assisted Tuition Expenses Program, GATE, has been providing significant financial assistance to widen access to tertiary education, thus supporting economic development and promoting social equity. This notwithstanding, to ensure that GATE expenditure would be spread as widely and equitably as possible, we amended the policy guidelines in August 2020 to restrict funding to no more than one program at the undergraduate level. However, the implementation of this new rule has been problematic for students who were endeavoring to complete their bachelor's degree through a progressive matriculation from a non-degree program. Many of these students who are seeking to improve themselves are from underprivileged or low-income backgrounds. After careful consideration, therefore, we have decided to adjust the criteria for accessing GATE to permit students in good standing enrolled in institutions and programs accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago to qualify for GATE if they have completed an initial program of study, such as a diploma or associate degree or the N1 level at UWI, and they wish to upgrade to a bachelor's degree. Similarly, students pursuing technical and vocational education and training TVET programs who have already accessed GATE for lower level TVET qualifications will now qualify for GATE for level 4 and level 5 programs that lead to an advanced diploma or bachelor's degree. In this new arrangement, Madam Speaker, the national priority needs will be a determining factor, and students in the first instance will be required to register for the higher certification within 2 years of completion of the initial course of study, and of course, successfully complete their bachelor's degree or advanced diplomas within the prescribed timeframes. We are now ensuring that GATE remains as inclusive and all-encompassing as it was originally designed within the constraints of expenditure. This adjusted approach, let me explain, where students who have accessed GATE to do an associate degree or diploma who will now be allowed to access GATE again to complete a bachelor's degree is estimated to cost the government an additional $50 million, but we believe it is necessary. Money well spent. Safety and security. Madam Speaker, we have been constantly refining the national security policy as we seek to address the multifaceted needs for managing the security of our citizens. In this regard, we have found inclusive and participatory processes to be extremely useful. We have been enhancing resource capacity and capability with the requisite infrastructure and apparatus. We have improved our offshore capabilities with the procurement of 2 Cape-class control vessels, and we are now concentrating on building onshore capabilities with an electrical upgrade for a continuous power supply to our Coast Guard facilities to provide a more efficient and safe working environment for personnel, especially in the event of national disasters. We are also upgrading the shore power supply system at the Coast Guard base in Tobago. On completion, it will facilitate the berthing of our Cape-class vessels, which will now utilize the onshore power supply instead of the vessel's generators, which will allow for less downtime and a greater Coast Guard presence in the maritime domain. In terms of new and improved technology throughout the national security services, we're improving decision-making and productivity by computerizing the National Security Head Office, thereby increasing information collaboration, data availability, and data analysis. We're installing ICT infrastructure across all camps of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, thereby securing connectivity between sites. We are computerizing and improving governance in the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Sciences Center, and upgrading the integrated ballistics identification system with a view towards improving examination of all firearms-related evidence linked to firearms-related crimes. We have made significant strides towards the establishment of purpose-built facilities for the protective services to place personnel in a better state of readiness. We're improving the base infrastructure of several camps at La Romaine, Felicity, and Forest Park. A fully functioning military base will enhance the capacity of the military to address efficiently its core mandate of the defense of the state and protection of critical infrastructure. The La Romaine camp will secure our national energy assets in the south of Trinidad and safeguard the country against threats to our southern border. We are purchasing specialized equipment for the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and vehicles and equipment for the Defense Force to allow for multi-front operations to be executed simultaneously. We are also advancing the computerization of the Defense Force to ensure the effective governance and management of data, security, and human resources, and upgrading the automated fingerprint identification system for the Immigration Division, which will improve the border management system as a monitoring solution which limits the entry of undocumented immigrants. Madam Speaker, improving service to our citizens and solving serious crime, in particular murders and violent crimes, is central to the mandate of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which is at the front line of our crime-fighting agenda. In 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will be properly resourced and provided with the necessary funding, equipment, and support so that it can focus on the rationalization, upgrade, and expansion of facilities to meet existing and new operational requirements. Priority remains with the establishment and rationalization of divisional property rooms, in particular in Sangre Grande and Siparia, the upgrade of command centers, as well as the construction of a new command center in Siparia. The system of divisional property rooms will enhance the logistics of securing exhibits, while the command centers will coordinate and centralize CCTV coverage and other relevant communications data for informed command decision-making in the divisions. The TTPS will continue to improve its ICT capabilities. With the government support, the automated fingerprint system and its expansion to a biometric system by the TTPS will be an immediate milestone. Identifications will be quickly processed and be made available in real time to officers while mobile. Certificates of character will also be speedily and accurately processed. The body and vehicle camera project is ongoing. Further, a land use development plan has been completed for the expansion of the police academy, which would allow for a larger intake of recruits, new dormitories, accommodations for trainers, as well as additional facilities for delivery of an adaptive and modern policing curriculum. In 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service intends to maximize the use of existing resources. The construction of a facility at the St. Madeleine Police Station site will house elements of the Homicide Division and the Fraud Squad. The Coastal and Riverine Unit Jetty and Maintenance Facility will be constructed at the recently completed Caranage Police Station. The program of asset acquisitions will bring the TTPS vehicle fleet to optimum operating and response capability. The Special Victims Department at Serpentine Road, St. Clair, and the networks of victim support units and child protection units throughout the service will receive renewed focus. I now move to sport and youth. We're ensuring that our youth population, particularly in the age group of 15 to 34 years, which accounts for 25% of the population, achieve their full potential and become productive members of society. While our comprehensive network of schools is driving the achievement of a modern education system, our proposed new specialist facilities are designed to address the needs of our less fortunate and vulnerable youth. We are refurbishing 6 youth development centers in St. James, Basilon Street, Lavantil, Malik, California, and Los Bajos, where the training and certification of youth takes place in the areas of trade, arts, and life skills. Further, we are refurbishing and upgrading 2 residential youth development and apprentice centers in Puerto Presto and Chatham to accommodate vulnerable youth who had not completed traditional schooling and are now taking advantage of remedial courses from recognized institutions. We are empowering young farmers to utilize modernized farming techniques in our youth agricultural homestead program. And we have in place a range of training programs, including music production, life skills, heavy machinery operations, mobile application development, web design, social media, management skills, and leaderships. A national youth survey conducted recently by an interagency team revealed that our society will derive maximum benefits from eventually providing opportunities for all citizens who might wish to participate in a national service program. We are now putting in place through legislation a voluntary national service program of Trinidad and Tobago, which will be managed and coordinated by the National Youth Development Agency of Trinidad and Tobago. We are currently upgrading and constructing buildings for this national service program at Mausica, and the successful completion of the core training and service will lead to an award of a proposed Trinidad and Tobago National Service Certificate, which will be recognized by employers and training providers. I envisage, Madam Speaker, that the National Service Program will facilitate volunteerism, service learning, and nation building, developing in the process young people who exemplify good citizenship and patriotism. At this stage, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate and convey our congratulations to the members of our sporting team, which recently participated in the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, England. We all applauded with pride the achievements of our medalists. Nicholas Paul, who was awarded gold in the Kieran Motor Pace cycle race, silver in the sprint, and bronze in the kilometer time trial. Jeremy Richards, who was awarded gold in the 200 meters and another gold in the 4x400 relay, alongside Dwight St. Hilaire, Asa Guevara, Marshall Sidenio, Kashif King, and Che Lara. And Jared Elcock, Eric Harrison Jr., Keon Benjamin, Kyle Griot, and Akani Hislop, who won silver in the men's 4x100 meters relay. Madam Speaker, this performance, added to that of the other athletes who also worked tirelessly, represented a fitting tribute to the achievement of our 60 years of independence on August the 31st, 2022. Indeed, we were rightfully proud when our athletes stood on the podium with the national anthem being played on the steel pan. But, Madam Speaker, our 2022 sporting contingent managed our second best performance at the Commonwealth Games. For those who are old enough to remember, our best performance came at the 1966 edition in Kingston, Jamaica, when our team won 5 gold, 2 silver, and 2 bronze medals. I'm sure they will beat that record at the next Commonwealth Games. Madam Speaker, these achievements were based on the extensive foundation which we have laid for more than 4 decades. We have the facilities, the 5 stadia, the Hazley Crawford in Port of Spain, the Larry Gomes in Arima, the Atto Boland in Couva, the Manny Ramjohn in Marabella, and the Dwight York in Tobago, the Cycling Velodrome and the Aquatic Center in Couva, and the Racket Center in Tagariqua. We have the funding, and we have the policies and programs, including the Elite Athlete Assistance Program of $250,000 per athlete. We look forward, therefore, to the youth of the country being inspired by our successes at Birmingham, and I have no doubt that in future international games, we would be able to expand our performance from cycling and athletics to the several other sporting disciplines. I can now announce, Madam Speaker, that in 2023, we intend to showcase our youth on the occasion of the hosting by Trinidad and Tobago of the 7th Commonwealth Youth Games. I turn now to water resources. Madam Speaker, a reliable supply of potable water is crucial to all aspects of socio-economic activity. And we are convinced that the effective management of our water resources requires the adoption and implementation. Madam Speaker, I didn't hear them before, but I heard them now. Perhaps you might want to talk to them.
A bit of levity, and they'll resume their composure. Continue.
I hope so. We are convinced that the effective management of our water resources requires the adoption and implementation of an integrated water resource management system. To achieve this objective, we are separating the Water Resources Agency, which has regulatory functions, from the Water and Sewerage Authority, which is responsible for service delivery and distribution. We are also in the process of restructuring and reforming the Water and Sewerage Authority. We have given to the Board of Commissioners a cabinet-approved transformation plan, which will transition WASA to a new and high-level state of performance and is anchored on 3 strategic priorities. 1, organizational transformation. 2, network optimization and automation. And 3, increased water production. The new entity will be consistent with a water management facility anchored along the water value chain and be customer-centric, with a strategic focus on providing clean, safe water to residential and commercial customers in the context of new leadership and purpose. In the interim, we're improving the efficiency of service delivery, focusing on unserved and underserved areas across the country, where we have identified simple and strategic low-cost projects with high impact. For example, under the National Water Sector Improvement Program, we are providing over 6,000 households in Arima and environs with an improved water supply. We are also providing under the same program an improved water supply to over 12,000 other households by way of installing pipelines, repairs to pumps, valves, and booster stations in several areas such as Kernahan Trace, Pinal, Quarry Road, Burney Street, Calvary Hill, and French Fort, Tobago. Madam Speaker, under our Community Water Improvement Program, we are providing close to 100,000 citizens across the country with an improved water supply. We have been rehabilitating, refurbishing, and upgrading existing wells, constructing booster stations, installing pipelines to provide accessibility of pipeborne water and more, and constructing new intakes and water treatment plants. We have been able to do so through a vastly improved project management system supported by an efficient procurement and project financing system. 27 communities have already benefited from this program. The program continues and will provide more reliable access to water in other communities, additional to the existing ones, such as Manudath Road Extension, Las Lomas, Bocas Avenue, Chase Village, Howell Drive, 5 Rivers, La Laja, Blanchishez, Thomas Trace, Losi Row, Lupino, Brasso Seco Village in Blanchishez, Lioto Trace in Talparo, La Romaine, Picton, San Rafael, Petit True Road and Mont Cabrit Road, Toco, and Cameron Head in Maraval. Madam Speaker, the proposed new Office of Water Resources Management will be responsible for coordinating and collaborating with all agencies responsible for implementing various aspects of our new water supply policy, administering the abstraction and licensing system for surface, ground, and coastal waters, monitoring, analyzing, and assessing the national water resources, enforcing authority for water quantity violations, collecting and maintaining a national water resources information system, developing and publishing reports on the country's water resources, policies and plans for water resources management, exercising planning and research functions for water resources management, engaging and partnering with stakeholders in water resources management, and carrying out an education and public awareness program. In addition, the Ministry of Public Utilities, in partnership with the Water and Sewerage Authority, has completed a strategic action plan for water supply improvement in Trinidad and Tobago, along with regional water improvement plans for Northwest, Northeast, Central, and South Trinidad and in Tobago within the context of the Strategic Action Plan and Capital Investment Program. These programs across the country have the clear aim of eradicating water schedules, below 24/3 and further expanding 24/7 levels of service across the country. The plan will also usher in robust automation of plants through supervisory control and data acquisition or SCADA systems, data loggers, and other telemetry systems for monitoring of schedules and valving operations. We believe, Madam Speaker, these initiatives will improve the production and distribution of water around the country and ensure water security for all our citizens. I now turn my attention to Tobago. In December 2021, the people of Tobago elected a new administration to manage the affairs of the Tobago House of Assembly. As a responsible government, we welcome the new administration in Tobago, and very early in its term, we convened several meetings with the Chief Secretary and his colleagues. In January 2022, the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, led a team of cabinet ministers, including the 2 parliamentary representatives from Tobago, the Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Public Administration, the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and the Minister of Digital Transformation to meet with the new THA administration. We wish to facilitate a smooth transition to minimize any disruption to the lives and livelihoods of the people of Tobago and the operations of the Assembly. This administration therefore reaffirms its commitment to work in concert with the Tobago House of Assembly towards the continued advancement and development of Tobago. Madam Speaker, I am in broad agreement with the socio-economic agenda advanced by the new administration by the THA in its June 22 budget statement for fiscal 23. The policies, programs and activities that have been announced, if implemented properly, will improve the economic well-being and quality of life of the people of Tobago. We anticipate the creation of more jobs in the private sector, as well as the maintenance or preservation of existing businesses and the generation of new ones. Madam Speaker, the policy agenda is being further advanced through economic momentum in the Tobago economy. The gradual relaxation of public health restrictions and the increase in government expenditure to meet the basic needs of the community in the face of the damage done to the tourism sector by the COVID-19 pandemic facilitate this process. It is expected further capacity will be developed to address COVID-related issues, focusing on an update in vaccinations, with a strengthening of medical care capabilities at the Scarborough General Hospital and a parallel system for COVID-19 patients at the old hospital. Significant social programs are available in Tobago, and we expect that these will be maintained, particularly in the areas of medical care, home improvement, and school transport. Physical in-school teaching and learning has been reinstated in all schools in Tobago. Funding has also been allocated for substantial school repairs. These measures are generally aligned with the National Fiscal Agenda for 2023 and the Core Development Framework and the strategic priority areas for growth, development and transformation in Tobago, once properly implemented, would ensure the transition to a new paradigm. However, Madam Speaker, it must be emphasized that businesses resident in Tobago and are owned and operated by Tobagonians have the same access to all the government's SME support programs as businesses in Trinidad. They have the same access. There's no distinction. And you may recall, Madam Speaker, it was the intention of this PNM administration to grant greater autonomy to the people of Tobago through the passage of 2 pieces of legislation, which have been the subject of extensive and extended parliamentary attention. However, this required the bipartisan support of members opposite, which support we did not receive. The bills were also rejected in the PDP election campaign of 2022. These 2 bills, Madam Speaker, will provide the people of Tobago...
Minister of Finance. Okay, so members, I know we've been here for some time, but I'd ask all members, okay, to resume their composure. No shouting across the floor, and if members are a little tired of, the discipline, they can take a little walk, come back, and resume their composure. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They will be here for a little while again. These two bills will provide the people of Tobago with a greater say and determination in their affairs. And I encourage members opposite to facilitate the passage of these bills and place Tobago in a better position to advance its development and to increase its contribution to national economic activity. Economic transformation and business development initiatives will be anchored on productivity growth, support for innovation, mobilization of foreign direct investment, and support for businesses. The Cove Eco-Industrial and Business Park is marketing its factory spaces. The Studley Park Quarry, if properly managed, could make an immediate and sustained contribution to construction in Tobago and in Trinidad. The tourism sector is poised to expand with new hotel investors aiming to contribute to meet a shortfall of 2,500 rooms. The government fully supports and continues to encourage private sector investment in the proposed new Marriott Hotel at Rocky Point, alongside the new terminal building at the A.N. International Airport and a new marina facility in southwest Tobago. When all these initiatives come together with their projects and programs, we envisage good outcomes for the tourism sector in Tobago. This is a major part of the national diversification effort. Let me repeat: the new Marriott Hotel at Rocky Point, the new terminal building at the A.N. International Airport, and a new marina facility in southwest Tobago. I'm advised that the Manta Lodge and Sanctuary Resort are slated for privatization. Air and sea transport are required to be reliable, especially for the proposed Tobago Carnival in October 2022. The central government will ensure that this is achieved. Food security in Tobago will be enhanced through the revitalization of the agricultural sector. Continuous training, especially for young people, will build a cadre of skilled young and agri-entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, I wish to record that during the height of the pandemic, we were pleased to provide Tobago with additional financial support. And in my 2022 statement, I announced several of these initiatives, including a $50 million Tobago hospitality and tourism sector support program to provide working capital to the tourism sector, $30 million for farmland development in Tobago, $50 million for the Tobago hotel industry for financial grant support, and to facilitate maintenance and upgrade works via the Tobago Tourism Accommodation Relief, and a $4 million tourism COVID relief grant allocated to render greater support to the ancillary service providers in the industry. I will now outline the allocation for Tobago in fiscal 2023. In the absence of the passage of the proposed Tobago internal self-government legislation, which would have given the THA significantly greater responsibilities in Tobago, including the responsibility for the work now done and services provided by national agencies and authorities, which continue to be implemented and financed by the central government, and consistent with what we provided the PNM-led administration in the THA between 2016 and 2021, we are allocating the new PDP-led THA 4.3% of the total national budget in 2023. The allocation to the THA for fiscal year 2023 thus totals $2.521 billion. When disaggregated, $2.194 billion is allocated for recurrent expenditure, $300 million for the THA development program, $18 million for URP, and $9.2 million for CPEP in Tobago. The 2023 allocation to the THA thus represents an increase of $185 million over last year's allocation of $2.336 billion. It should be noted that the THA also has access to another $135 million in loan financing for its development projects from a loan finalized in previous years. And at the level of the central government, we have also arranged a further US $15 million, or approximately 100 million Trinidad dollars, in loan financing from CAF, the Andean Bank of Latin America, Development Bank of Latin America, for coastal protection works in Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, that is $2.521 billion in direct subvention, $135 million remaining from a $300 million loan initiated by the previous administration in Tobago, and $100 million in loan financing from CAF for coastal protection in Tobago. I'm pleased to inform this House that as of last week, the Assembly was in receipt of 96.9% of its fiscal 22 allocation of $2.336 billion. And with just a few days remaining in this fiscal year, the THA will be in receipt of its full allocation for this fiscal year. You may also recall, Madam Speaker, that at the midterm, the Assembly was allocated an additional sum of $60 million to supplement its allocation, thus again reaffirming our commitment to support the work of the new THA administration. Madam Speaker, beyond the direct allocation to the THA, an additional $731.5 million is allocated to various ministries and state agencies to undertake and execute major projects and programs in Tobago in keeping with their responsibility under the 6th schedule of the THA Act 40 of 1996. This means that the overall allocation for expenditure in Tobago in 2023 exceeds $3 billion, and this does not take into account additional expenditure in the hundreds of millions of dollars by the central government on the air bridge, sea bridge, and national security. I now move to the medium-term policy framework. We have been using a medium-term transparent planning and budget formulation process as we seek to allocate public resources to their strategic priorities while ensuring overall fiscal discipline. This medium-term economic framework allows us to focus on the reliability and precision of the economic and fiscal outlook while recognizing the economic uncertainty which underpins any forecast. Indeed, we are aware of several downside risks which could derail our economic recovery. Production and project delays could be impacted if new virus strains become increasingly transmissible. Adverse global developments could add more volatility to crude oil, gas, and petrochemical prices. Conversely, stronger than projected global recovery could result in higher energy prices, thereby improving fiscal and external positions. So, although we have it more or less under control, we must keep an ever watchful eye on the evolution and mutation of the COVID-19 virus. We've set in motion the major elements of our development strategy as outlined in the roadmap to recovery for Trinidad and Tobago, post-COVID-19 pandemic, as well as in my 2021 budget statement. We have been refining our projections in the context of the risks in the global economy and the domestic implications of the prolonged recent wave of COVID-19 and its successive variants. Our 3-year medium-term economic program, 2022 to 2024, is building on the current momentum in the domestic economy. We expect our economy will continue to generate growth after 2022. We are forecasting growth of 3% in 2023 and 2024. This growth dynamic is supported by an expansion in the energy sector over the period 2023 to 2024, with growth of 5% per year. The non-energy sector is also expected to grow over the same period by rates of 2% per year. We are consolidating our fiscal accounts. Higher energy revenues from the expected higher energy production and prices are paving the way to put our accounts on a sustainable basis. We are anticipating increased levels of revenue from the implementation of the new property and gaming taxes and the new revenue authority. At the same time, we are screening and rationalizing public expenditure while reshaping the structure of government expenditure to target social, educational, and health care programs. This pace of consolidation is providing space for growth-friendly expenditure, such as our $6.2 billion development program, while protecting essential expenditure. Accordingly, we have been putting our fiscal accounts on a sustainable basis, moving our accounts from negative to positive. We have stabilized our fiscal balance, putting it on an improving trajectory, and we are targeting positive fiscal balances in the coming years. As I've said before, our fiscal consolidation process, revenue enhancement, and expenditure restraint is bringing our debt back down on a downward trajectory, from a high of over 80% of GDP in 2021 to 70% in 2022. Our current account balance is strengthening under the impact of the significant recovery in the energy sector, with the increase in domestic production coinciding with the buoyant international commodity prices. The combination of these external and internal factors augurs well for export earnings throughout the forecast period. The current account balance is projected to reach US $4.5 billion in 2022 and remain in surplus, while net official reserves are expected to remain robust and healthy throughout 2023, projected to reach over $7 billion in 2024 if all goes well. Madam Speaker, we have laid the right foundation to anchor our development journey to achieve our economic and social objectives. We are building on the current momentum. We are taking advantage of the current buoyancy in oil and gas prices, temporary as it might be, while strengthening our production capability and output in the oil and gas sector. We are focusing on building our non-oil sector, which now makes up over 50% of our GDP, to ensure we can quickly adjust to wild swings in commodity prices. I turn now to estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2023. As an oil and gas producing country, we only too well understand that crude oil prices fluctuate in the context of seasonal demand, world events, global growth and supply conditions. Most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic caused crude price decline through constrained demand conditions, which were aggravated further by fears of a global recession. On the other hand, extended sanctions against Russian oil exports have increased uncertainty about supply from the world's second largest oil producer. Indeed, these conflicting supply and demand conditions are increasing the uncertainty in the oil price forecasts. I've kept under review the changing oil prices in 2022. US $100 per barrel in February 22, following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. US $125 per barrel in March 2022, in response to the ban by the United States on Russian fuel exports. US $125 per barrel in June 2022, as concerns about supply emerged again. US $99 per barrel in August 22, as fears returned about a global recession. US $87 on September 23, 2022, last week, and US $85 today, again on fears of a global recession, a decline in world stock markets, and an overvalued US dollar. Madam Speaker, current events present new challenges to the forecasting of the oil market. I am advised that supply and demand conditions are offsetting one another, and therefore could remain in broad balance over the course of 2023. I have now reviewed the forecast produced by several international organizations. As follows. The U.S. Energy Information Association is projecting a price of US $98.07 per barrel for WTI crude oil in 2022, and US $104.21 for Brent crude. For 2023, the relevant prices are US $90.91 for WTI and US $96.91 for Brent. The IMF is projecting US $103.88 per barrel for a basket of crude oils in 22 and US $91.07 in 2023. The World Bank is projecting Brent crude oil to average $100 a barrel in 2022 and US $92 a barrel in 2023. And Fitch Solutions see the Brent oil price averaging $105 a barrel in 22 and US $100 a barrel in 23, before dropping to US $88 per barrel in 2024. Further, Madam Speaker, according to the US EIA, natural gas prices average US $8.80 per MMBTU in August of 2022. The US EIA expects natural gas prices to remain elevated for the rest of 2022 and to average $6 per MMBTU in 2023. Madam Speaker, we will continue to utilize the best available estimates for oil and gas prices for our budget 2023. Based on consideration of all forecasts by credible international organizations, our oil price assumption for 2023 will therefore be US $92.50 per barrel, and our natural gas price assumption will be US $6 per MMBTU. As a result of these assumptions, for fiscal 2023, total revenue is estimated at $56.175 billion. Total expenditure is estimated at $57.685 billion. And based on these assumptions and estimates, we are projecting out of our total revenue estimate of $56.175 billion for 2023, that oil revenue will contribute $25.019 billion, and non-oil revenue will contribute $30.150 billion, while capital revenue, such as the sale of assets, will contribute $1.006 billion. And Madam Speaker, with revenues of $56.175 billion, an expenditure of $57.685 billion, if all goes according to plan, our fiscal accounts in 2023 will be close to balance with a deficit of $1.51 billion, or 0.8% of GDP. Without taking account of loan financing through state enterprises, such as the $250 million for road repairs and rehabilitation to be done by PURE, $1.5 billion for the HTC, and special allocations such as the $300 million stimulus package for agriculture, which are placed in the Ministry of Finance for disbursement, the major fiscal 2023 allocations will be for education and training, $7.453 billion. For health, $6.892 billion. For national security, $5.798 billion. And this one, Madam Speaker, is something that people don't realize. For social grants in 2023, we will be spending $5.453 billion. Works and transport, $3.748 billion. Public utilities, $2.823 billion. Rural development and local government, $1.887 billion. Agriculture, $1.330 billion. Housing, $0.974 billion. Further, to create employment, drive development, and stimulate economic activity, the public sector investment program in fiscal 2023 has been increased to $6.2 billion, $2 billion more than fiscal 22. And while increasing investment in the development program in 2023, we will continue to pursue our fiscal consolidation objective, which would ultimately lead to reasonable fiscal and debt sustainability. I turn now to the fiscal measures for 2023. Personal income tax allowance. Madam Speaker, as a fiscal stimulus to the economy and a fillip to the retail sector, we are providing relief to working families by increasing the personal income tax exemption limit from $84,000 to $90,000 per year. All individuals earning $7,500 a month or less will now be exempt from income tax. This marks the third time this PNM administration has increased the personal allowance and will put additional disposable income of $1,500 per year into the pockets of over 300,000 individual taxpayers. This bold measure will cost $450 million per year in individual income tax revenue. But we firmly believe that in this difficult COVID-19 period, it will stimulate the demand side of the economy, economic activity, consumption, sales, and growth by putting more money in the hands of consumers. We believe that through the multiplier effect, the net effect of this increased allowance on our GDP will be more than $450 million. This measure will require amendments to the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, and will take effect on the 1st of January 2023. VAT registration threshold. Madam Speaker, I propose to increase the VAT registration threshold from $500,000 a year to $600,000 to provide relief and support in the payment of VAT. This measure will positively impact the growth and development of the small and medium enterprise sector. This measure will cost $12.5 million. It will require amendment to the VAT Act, Chapter 7506, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Thirdly, renewable energy business rebate for agriculture. This government recognizes the importance of blending renewable energy with agricultural production. As such, for approved agricultural holdings, I will offer rebates of up to $25,000 for the implementation of renewable energy, such as solar and wind energy in agriculture. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2023, and will be administered by the Minister responsible for agriculture. Subsidy for Housing and Village Improvement Program. In recognition of the outstanding success of the Housing and Village Improvement Program, I propose to introduce a three-tiered subsidy structure under that program based on the land topography, and increasing in the maximum subsidy, the amount paid by government, applicable for the construction of a basic two-bedroom housing unit from $145,000 to the following levels: $165,000 for construction on flatlands, $170,000 for construction on undulating lands, and $175,000 for construction on hilly lands. Manufacturing tax credit. To incentivize further and create a more agile and robust manufacturing sector, I propose to introduce a one-time manufacturing tax credit for companies which make an investment in new machinery, production lines, and equipment. This manufacturing tax credit can be utilized against the corporation tax liability of the approved manufacturing company certified by the Ministry with the responsibility for trade and industry, up to a maximum of $50,000. This measure is estimated to cost $50 million if 1,000 companies utilize this tax credit. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, will take effect on January the 1st, 2023. Energy. And Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we are an oil and gas-based economy. We cannot abandon oil and gas. I propose to increase the investment tax credit for energy companies from 25% to 30% to stimulate exploration and development-related investments in the energy sector. The total tax loss is estimated at $20 million annually. This measure will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Supplemental petroleum tax. After careful analysis of the competitiveness of Trinidad and Tobago as an oil province for investment, I propose to enhance the current STP concession for small onshore oil producers and introduce in 2023 a tiered system of supplemental petroleum tax at lower rates for shallow water marine operators, as opposed to the current fixed rates of SPT of 18%, 25%, and 33% that kick in as soon as the price of oil crosses US $50 per barrel. Firstly, the production limit for small producers of oil on land to benefit from the previously increased threshold price of US $75 per barrel for oil before SPT is applicable will be increased to 4,000 barrels a day, and the sunset clause will be repealed. Secondly, for new oil wells in shallow water marine areas, whether in existing fields or new fields, the following rates of SPT will now apply. The current rate is 25%. These are the new rates. For oil between 0 to 50, 0%. Oil price between $50.01 to $70, 15%, reducing from 25% to 15%. Oil price between $70.01 to $90, 20%. And then the usual SPT rates will apply. $90 to $200 is the SPT rate, which will be the higher rate of 20%, plus 0.2%, there's a formula. And then $201 and over, SPT rate will be 42%. These measures will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. We believe, Madam Speaker, that these reduced rates of SPT for new oil production in the marine areas will allow companies to access the required financing to increase their drilling and get approval for new exploration and production programs, thus increasing the production of much needed oil. The methodology for determining what will be defined as a new well will be discussed with the oil companies before implementation of the new SPT rates in January 2023. We are also looking, Madam Speaker, at adjustment of other oil and gas taxes and other innovative fiscal incentives to encourage new investment in the sector. We'll advise on these and other adjustments to the energy tax regime in due course after consultation with the oil and gas companies. Electronic payment providers and e-money issuers. I propose to offer a one-time tax credit to approved electronic payment providers and or e-money issuers up to a maximum of $50,000 to encourage the growth of online financial transactions and aid in the development of a digital economy. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, and is estimated to cost $4 million. It will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Petroleum profits tax. Consistent with our move to boost oil production, I intend to incentivize crude oil production and to sustain the current level of hydrocarbon reserves. Deep water exploration costs are significant, and to increase and stimulate production in the deep water, I propose to decrease the rate of petroleum profit tax from the current 35% to 30% for companies engaged in deep water exploration. This measure will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, as it estimated to cost $50 million and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Illegal state timbering. Madam Speaker, illegal timbering remains a serious issue across state forests as individuals continue to cut down trees, transport them, and use their products such as timber for economic gains. Illegal timbering also provides the trigger for environmental risks, including flooding and disruptions to the ecological cycle. I propose to increase the fine for illegal timbering from $20,000 to $100,000. This measure will require amendments to the Forest Act, Chapter 6601, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Illegal quarrying. Madam Speaker, illegal quarrying not only cheats the state of revenue, but it encourages criminal activity and poses a clear and present danger to the environment. The government therefore intends to impose heavy penalties for such environmentally dangerous and illicit activities. In particular, legislative amendments will be introduced to allow the state to levy on, seize, and forfeit equipment found on site at illegal quarries in an effort to eradicate this pernicious scourge. These legislative amendments will be introduced in Parliament early in 2023. Scrap iron penalties. Madam Speaker, I propose to contain the theft of scrap iron by increasing fines for stealing or illegally obtaining old metal, selling, purchasing, trading, receiving, and dealing in stolen old metal inter alia. I propose to increase the fines for these offenses from $15,000 to $100,000. This measure will require amendments to the Old Metal and Marine Store Act, Chapter 8407, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Approved small company exemption from corporation taxation. Madam Speaker, I'm amending Section 16A of the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, to expand the exemption of approved small companies from the payment of corporation tax for a period of 5 years to 6 years. The measure will facilitate further relief to the small and medium enterprise sector and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Renewable energy. Madam Speaker, I am waiving VAT on new equipment for manufacturing companies utilizing alternate energy technologies, renewable energy options such as gasifiers to use biomass, and harnessing renewable energy through wind, solar, and water. The certification of documents for this renewable energy will be a collaborative effort between the ministers responsible for trade and for energy. The measure will last for 1 year, effective on January 1st, 2023, and will terminate on December 31st, 2023. In the first instance, it is expected to support the national agenda of increasing our renewable energy output by 10% by 2023. School to work apprenticeship allowance. Madam Speaker, I'm implementing an apprenticeship allowance to encourage more businesses to hire persons aged 16 to 25 for short-term apprenticeship to provide them with relevant experience and exposure to the world of work. Companies will be eligible for an allowance of 150% for all remuneration paid under such an allowance, up to a maximum of 5% of the company's total wages and salaries billed for 1 year. To qualify for this allowance, the training program instituted by the company must be registered with the National Training Agency and the expenditure certified by the company's auditors. The period of apprenticeship will be limited to a maximum of 1 year in the first instance. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Fees chargeable for commissioners of affidavits. I propose to increase the fees payable under the Commissioners of Affidavit Act, Chapter 652. The Commissioner's payment to the Registrar General under Section 3.2 of the Act will be increased from $200 to $400. The Commissioner of Affidavit fees will be increased from $2.50 to $10 for each affidavit sworn before him, and from 50 cents to $2.50 for each exhibit attached thereto under Section 5.1 of the Act. And the fee the Commissioner shall pay to the Controller of Accounts under Section 5.4 of the Act will be increased from $100 to $200. These measures will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Firearm users' license fees. Madam Speaker, I propose to increase by 100% all firearm user license fees, FULs, under the third schedule of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, with the exception of assault weapons, which will now have significantly higher license fees than other types of firearms. The government also intends to restrict the ownership of assault weapons and associated ammunition by private citizens. In the meantime, while legislative amendments are being prepared to achieve this, the license fees for ownership of assault weapons in private hands will be increased to $5,000 per year, while the annual license fee for ownership of an assault weapon for use on a firing range will increase to $1,000. These measures will require amendments to the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. And now, Madam Speaker, a tax amnesty. We recognize that because of the public health restrictions and adverse economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses, especially small businesses, suffered such severe loss of income in 2020 and 2021 that they fell behind in their taxes. Although we introduced an amnesty in 2021, many businesses were still struggling to keep afloat and were unable to take advantage of the amnesty at that time. Accordingly, I propose to introduce an amnesty on penalties and interest on taxes owed up to and including the year ended December 31st, 2021. The amnesty will run from November the 14th, 2022 to February the 17th, 2023. This measure will require amendments to the various tax laws and is expected to raise between $300 million to $500 million. Oil pollution. Oil pollution presents a threat to the environment as well as to the socio-economic welfare of our citizens. I propose to increase the penalty from $10,000 to $100,000 for oil pollution. And this will require amendments to the Oil Pollution of Territorial Waters Act, Chapter 3703. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2023. The threat of the giant African snail and other pests. Madam Speaker, food security remains a priority of this government. The giant African snail is one of the world's most destructive land snails. It is classified as a fast-growing pest that feeds primarily, but not exclusively, on many plants, including vegetables, leguminous crops, citrus, papaya, cacao, and ornamentals. This alien invasive species of quarantine importance was first reported in Trinidad in October 2008 and is now present in many areas of Trinidad, including the Diego Martin Valley, Maraval Valley, Vedas Bay, Mount Lambert, Aranguez North and South, Barataria, Couva, Chagonas, and Point Fortin. Other invasive threats identified include the Maruga locusts affecting the southern parts of the country, which also pose a risk to food security. To complement the existing mitigation strategies, I propose to allocate an additional $3 million to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries in our fight against these destructive pests for marketing and awareness campaigns, training of staff, and agricultural supply materials. I now come to the inter-island air bridge and sea bridge travel. Madam Speaker, we have recently procured 2 modern fast sea ferries, the APT James and the Bucko Reef, and their performance has been excellent in passenger and cargo service delivery. Similarly, we have also procured 9 Boeing 737-8 aircraft to complement the aircraft fleet at Caribbean Airlines. Revenues from international travel are used to subsidize the inter-island air bridge. Additionally, the rise in global energy commodity prices has resulted in higher operational costs for both the inter-island air bridge and sea bridge. In this regard, and consistent with our overall policy of sharing the burden of the cost of transport, I propose to increase the cost of inter-island air travel for all tickets by $50 as follows. The one-way fare on the air bridge will now move from $150 to $200. The estimated increase in annual revenue to Caribbean Airlines for the operation of the air bridge will be $50 million, which, with this increased price, will still require a subsidy of the air bridge by over $50 million a year. With respect to the sea bridge, currently, persons aged 60 and over travel free on the sea bridge. I propose to introduce a charge for persons over 60 of $25 one way. The standard class on the sea bridge at this point in time, the ticket cost is $50. This will be increased to $75. The premium cabins on the ferries currently attract a charge of $100. This will be increased to $150. The estimated increase in annual revenue for the sea bridge will be $30 million, which will still operate a loss and will be supported by subsidy in the amount of $170 million a year. These measures will take effect on the 1st of January 2023. Government assistance for tuition expenses, GATE. Madam Speaker, we recognize that many students, especially those from underprivileged backgrounds, need to work and study at the same time or simply can't afford to study full-time to pursue a pathway to a bachelor's degree or advanced technical diploma. In addition, some of these students are unable to qualify to enter a bachelor's degree program, such as medicine or engineering, at their first attempt. Such students quite often have no choice but to access GATE to complete an intermediate program, such as N1 at UWI, an associate degree or diploma level program of study, and then seek to move on to a baccalaureate level degree program. However, they are currently debarred from accessing GATE twice. In recognition of the hardships that these students face, we will relax these restrictions and provide tuition assistance for those students who have already accessed GATE at the diploma, associate degree, or lower TVET level to pursue baccalaureate level degree programs consistent with the country's development needs. I turn now to fuel prices. Madam Speaker, as indicated previously, the government is of the view that it is unproductive to spend more than $2 billion per year subsidizing fuel, and that this money could be better spent elsewhere. I have listed the areas where the government is already committed to spending billions of dollars on social grants, education, health, and transportation, among many other areas. Spending billions of dollars subsidizing fuel when this money could be directed to creating jobs and assisting the poor and vulnerable makes no sense in our view. Accordingly, with oil prices still in the US $90 range, we are of the firm view that another increase in fuel prices is regrettably required. We have therefore decided to increase, as of today, the prices of premium and super gasoline and kerosene by $1 per litre and diesel by 50 cents a litre. The new prices will be premium gasoline $7.75 a litre, super gasoline $6.97 a litre, diesel $4.41 a litre, kerosene $4.50 a litre. The cost of LPG will remain fixed at $21 for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas for domestic customers, which will require the government to pay an annual subsidy. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members, we're almost at the end. And you know these are the parts that we all like to hear. Okay? Go on, Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The cost of LPG will remain fixed at $21 for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas for domestic customers, which will require the government to pay an annual subsidy for cooking gas of $300 million. It should be noted that at these new fuel prices, if oil prices average US $95 per barrel for fiscal 2023, the government will still be required to spend $1.45 billion to subsidize the price of fuel. And if oil prices average US $90 per barrel in 2023, we will still have to spend $1.2 billion subsidizing fuel. In treating with this matter, we had lengthy discussions on how we should approach the question of fuel price increase. We thought of fully liberalizing fuel prices and allowing prices to be set by the market, as occurs in almost every other Caribbean country and most of the world. But that would have caused a huge increase in the price of diesel, the main fuel for public transport and the transport of goods. The price of diesel would have to be doubled to almost $8 per litre. We considered increasing the price of all fuels, including diesel, by $1 a litre, which would still require government to find $1.25 billion to subsidize the price of fuel in 2023 at an oil price of US $95 per barrel, or $1 billion at an oil price of US $90 per barrel. But we felt that any drastic increase in the price of diesel would affect those least able to afford it. Cognizant of the effect on the cost of living, therefore, while increasing the price of gasoline and kerosene by $1 per litre, we decided instead to increase the price of diesel by only 50 cents a litre, from $3.91 per litre to $4.41 per litre. This lower level of increase in the price of diesel compared to the other motor fuels is being implemented to reduce the impact of an increase in price of this very important fuel, which would have wider effect, especially on the most disadvantaged groups in the society. It should be noted that the consumption of diesel accounts for 40% of all fuel consumed in Trinidad and Tobago, or approximately 400,000 litres per year. As mentioned above, this will require us, these new prices, to spend $1.45 billion in 2023 if oil averages US 95 per barrel, or $1.25 billion per year if oil averages US 90 per barrel. Therefore, Madam Speaker, to alleviate the effect of these increases in the price of fuel on the most vulnerable in our society, we shall in 2023 give all recipients of social grants, namely recipients of public assistance, disability, food support, and senior citizens pension, a one-time transport grant of $1,000. It should be noted that this transport grant facility is temporary and shall remain in place only insofar as the price of oil remains at elevated levels. This measure, this transport grant of $1,000, will assist 175,000 persons and will cost $175 million and be implemented on or before the end of January 2023. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we have always placed the national interest at the center of our developmental agenda. We have sought to foster a unity of purpose and the well-being of our citizens in our Roadmap to Recovery program. We will achieve macroeconomic sustainability over the medium term with an emphasis on fiscal and debt consolidation, with a social conscience, while at the same time creating the fiscal space to address critical challenges. The resulting stability conditions of low inflation and interest rates, as well as a competitive exchange rate, will engender increasing savings and investments to finance growth and development. We are building strong public institutions to underpin our growth and development. We are consolidating gains as we invest heavily in national infrastructure projects, including projects involving roads, drainage, schools, hospitals, public buildings and facilities, tourism sites, ICT, water supply, and electrification, among other development projects and programs to create employment and stimulate economic activity. We are supporting our youth in national development, in particular their digital skills, and we are attracting them to the agricultural sector in light of our aging farmers. We are continuing to improve the health of our citizens, including raising the COVID-19 vaccination rates. We are enhancing investments in digital technology, which will underpin the modern and diversified economy. We are continuing to ensure a supportive business environment within which the private sector can strive, grow, and facilitate a buoyant non-energy sector. We are improving the investment climate as well as the ease of doing business. We are deepening human capital development through multifaceted education and training programs. And we are strengthening our security systems to adapt and respond to external and internal threats, thereby ensuring that investors and citizens can participate in ordinary life activities in a safe and secure environment. Madam Speaker, despite the enormous difficulties and challenges that we face, I am confident that the resilience and support of our citizens, combined with the wide range of policies, projects, and programs which we have put in place, will sustain the momentum of the economic recovery. Having faced and overcome the many financial and economic challenges of the last 7 years, we will make a positive difference in the lives of our citizens and leave no one behind. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move.